The HCC Board of Trustee meetings will begin at noon. Please check back at that time for all the Board of Trustee meetings this afternoon. This is HCC TV, your source for board meetings.
02 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. Hello and good afternoon. I'm Dr. Prieta Vanderbilt-Stallworth, Chair of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee. The other committee members are Dr. Reagan Flowers, Trustee Eva Laredo, and alternate Trustee Dave Wilson. For the record, Dr. Adriana Tamez and Dr. Reagan Flowers will be participating by video conference in accordance with Section 551.127 of the Open Meetings Act. Opportunity for public comments. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Academic and Student Affairs Committee. Topics for discussion and/or action. Is there a motion to approve item A, approve honorary degrees for 2022? There's second. Has been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On this item, we are bringing forward, requesting your approval, bringing forward recommended honorary degree recipients for spring 2022 commencement. These individuals were submitted on this cycle by Trustee Monica Reichart, Trustee Dr. Reagan Flowers, and Trustee Dr. Vanderbilt-Stallworth. And to make the presentation on this recommendation, I will turn the floor over to Dr. Norma Perez to introduce the nominations. And the criteria. Thank you.
You haven't listed. Haven't Jennifer? No, we don't have a printed copy. I don't have a printed copy of it. Okay. Let's give you the script. I don't have a printed.
So I can, just to be expedient, I think, let me introduce the, a little more detail, the topic. The requirements of the nominations that are brought forward satisfy the criteria of excellence in the fields of public affairs, sciences, humanities, and the arts, scholarship and education, business, philanthropy, or social services which exemplify the mission and scope of this institution. Meritorious and outstanding public service to the institution, the community, the state of Texas, the United States, or humanity at large, and individuals from business and industry who have achieved local, state, national, or international distinction by significant contributions to the economy and society at large. And the nominations brought forward today by the first nomination is presented is by Trustee Monica Reichart, District 1. Emily Cole. Emily Cole is an educator of 36 years, retired from Houston Independent School District in the summer 2001. Experience includes 10 years as a teacher, 27 years as a school administrator. I spent the last 13 years as a principal of Davis High School, a challenging inner city school that developed into a highly successful academic institution. Through Ms. Cole, Davis High School was reformed along with the school community, developing a shared vision of school culture that communicated to the students to believe in their own future. The Houston community recognized her with 16 professional awards. The Houston business community recognized the successful school and business partnership that she was involved with 11 national and state awards. Ms. Cole's core value is that she believes through a dedicated partnership, teaching, learning above and beyond the mandatory curriculum, students will reach their dreams and aspirations. The second nominee is brought forward by Dr. Reagan Flowers, District 4, Lucy J. Bremond. Lucy exemplifies excellence in the fields of public affairs, the sciences, humanities, the arts, scholarship and education, business, philanthropy, and social services. Lucy has provided meritorious and outstanding public service to HCC, the community, the state of Texas, the United States, and humanity at large. Lucy is now in her third career as Executive Director for the Emancipation Park Conservancy. She's responsible for overseeing the overall strategic operations, funding, improvement, and programming plan for Emancipation Park. The third nominee is by Dr. Vanderbilt Stallworth, District 9, Marcy Williams. Marcy Williams joined the Air Force in 1960 and later joined the Army Reserve, where she served until her retirement in 1996. She attended the Minnesota School of Business, University of Maryland in Washington, D.C., Communications MOS AF 291 at Shepherd Air Force Base in Wichita Falls, Texas, and Supply and Accounting MOS 76P at Corpus Christi Naval Air Station here in Texas. During her career, Marcy held a dual status job with the U.S. Army that included logistics for civil service and military duty for Army Civic Service. Her awards and recognitions included being the three-time recipient of the Community Excellence Award with the Army from 1986 through 1996, promotion from GS4 to GS7, supervisor in 7 years, and being crowned Queen for Cancer Foundation, Scott Air Force Base in Illinois. She's also served as the president of Brays Oak Super Neighborhood Council number 36 for a decade. She's provided volunteer services to the New Braeswood Revalidation Association, Lamb of God Lutheran Church, Brayburn Storefront, Houston Citizens Police Academy alumni, and Brays Oak Super Neighborhood 36, which I just previously mentioned. She's also offered volunteer community services with Landscape Committee, safety and deed restrictions in her community and other local communities. Marcy and her husband provide gardening services to the community by planting flowers and trees in the community swimming pool areas. Trustees, those are the nominations being brought forward for your consideration today to be recipients of honorary degrees at the spring 2022 commencement.
Thank you, Chancellor Maldonado. And let the record reflect that a fourth nominee should have been submitted for District 2, but because there is no trustee seated for District 2, there will be no recipient for the honorary degree for the district. And so I would ask that we look at an opportunity to allow District 2 to be presented at the next graduation and then the following graduation to put us back on track for even numbered years. So thank you very much, Chancellor. It's much appreciated. Are we ready to vote? Are there any questions concerning the nominees? Yes.
Should we make a motion for all three or do them separately?
We can make a motion for all three, sir.
Well,
Before we make a motion, if we could, Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please, trustee.
Thank you. Your comment, I appreciate that, and that was a concern of mine for District 2. Is there a way that we can put forth anything today as a commitment that we will not let this opportunity pass and make up for it at a later time? How do we ensure that that happens for the district?
So we need to ask our board counsel.
Board counsel, if you could share with us, how do we ensure that this opportunity is not overlooked for District 2 and that we're able to pick this up at a later time?
You can address that in one of two ways. It's now noted in the minutes that that's something that the committee would like to consider. So when the next round comes up, you can vote to approve a variance to the bylaws that would allow District 2 to nominate an individual out of the cycle provided by the bylaws. You could make a motion to amend today to specify that that will happen and that District 2 will be postponed to the next cycle.
So we can make a friendly amendment for us to make sure that this happens. And what would be the wording for the amendment today?
So the amendment would be that District 2 would be permitted to have a nominee in the next cycle of honorary degree recipients.
So may I ask one of my committee members if they would do that?
I have a question first. Hello, everyone. I looked at it myself and I questioned that, and I thought that if we have a nominee presented to us already from District 2, and this is their term, that we as a board should include District 2 and have
there was no submission because we have no trustee. So the trustee should have made the submission, and we have no trustee. We do have a holdover trustee that can make a submission. So how do we handle this?
So if there's a friendly amendment to postpone the District 2 nominee to the next cycle of honorary degree recipients, if someone will make that friendly amendment, if there are no objections, then that will be noted in the minutes for this meeting, and then in the next cycle, we'll bring that up again.
Committee members make that.
That's fine. That I amend that we include a representative for District 2 at the next year's honorary
Is there a second for that amendment?
You don't need
We
a second for, if it's a friendly amendment, if there are no objections, then it would go forward.
So we have made the friendly amendment to add a District 2 recipient to the next cycle, so that District 2 will be represented with a recipient. Are we ready now to vote on item A? Trustee Laredo?
I couldn't let this opportunity pass. I just wanted to reaffirm that Emily Cole, I had the opportunity to work with her many years while I too was in HISD. And so I thought that that's a great nominee because she continues to work in the community and works with student success. And so that's a great one. The other one, Bremen, I had the opportunity to meet her at different events that Emancipation Park has had, and I'm very jealous that she does so much and that we need to replicate that in other parts of the city. So that's a great nominee. And the veteran, of course, you know,
Of course, the
I'm
veteran.
pro-veteran, so I'm so glad that Trustee Vanderbilt Stallworth, that you selected a veteran to continue our mission of helping the veterans. So thank you.
Most welcome. For the record, Marcy Williams joined the Air Force in 1960, and she got angry and quit because they would not promote her. And then she joined the Army. So when you don't get what you want, you do what you have to do. So I thought that was really impressive that since they would not promote her, she quit and joined the Army Reserve, where they did promote her several times. So she is an extraordinary veteran, still very active, and very active as a veteran. So I was honored to be able to nominate her. So are we now ready to vote on item A? Sharon, will you post the vote notice, please?
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
And trustees, thank you so much for adding District 2 and allowing District 2 to be appropriately represented in light of our circumstances that we face. This is an exceptional thing to do for the district, to make sure that they are always included in our votes. Thank you so much. So the remaining items on the agenda are reports. No action is required. We will begin with item C, online college update. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since we learned in 2020 the importance of being responsive to the community through the online channels that we have, we wanted to bring an update to the board on where we are with online college. We're not ever going to go back to the way things used to be. Many of our students have found that online college will work for them, so we want to provide them more opportunity as we expand the quality, improve the quality, and expand the scope of what we can do online. And you'll be hearing more about that in the budget process for fiscal 23. But to give you an update for today on where we are, student success, how we dealt with the pandemic surge, and our responsiveness to students, with your permission, Madam Chair, I'll turn the floor over to Dr. Margaret Ford Fisher to present the update.
Thank you very much, Chancellor. Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Trustees, Chancellor. As always, I'm absolutely delighted to provide a presentation to you on our work. My presentation today will focus on the online college in multiple areas as listed on the board agenda item. So as we look at the next slide, I would like to begin by acknowledging a Facebook post that I saw after the Newsweek recognition. It stated the following, and I quote, "There are over 1,169 colleges and universities in the United States, and Newsweek has named HCC as one of the best," end quote. I was delighted to see the post, so I thank the author.
That's something to say yay about.
Excellent.
So I thank the author of the Facebook post. We are delighted to be recognized in this way. My sincere thanks also to the HCC faculty, staff, leadership, and the students who apparently spoke so favorably to Newsweek through their survey responses about HCC as an institution. And to the Chancellor and the Board, our sincere thanks to you for funding initiatives that allow us to become trendsetters and barrier breakers for our community and for our students. So in my report, all of the data today comes from the HCC Office of Institutional Research. Our thanks to Dr. Andrea Burish. So, as you see in the next slide, you see the number of programs that we offer online. In February of 2018, I became president of the online college. One of the initiatives that the chancellor set was for us to shift our focus from discrete course offerings to packaged certificate and degree programs, so students could more easily navigate their academic pathway. When we officially launched the online college, we launched with 30 certificate and degree programs and began to grow from there due to the enthusiasm from many faculty members offering their programs online. Today, as you see, we have over 60 programs that are online. In the next slide, you see the online college duplicated enrollment by academic year. This slide shows the progression of student duplicated enrollments after the online college was formed in 2018. We had packaged programs, as was mentioned earlier, a shell created for all of the faculty, a rubric, and we had seasoned faculty members who had taught online who agreed to serve as mentors for the newly introduced faculty members to online teaching. So everything was in place instructionally except training of faculty who had not taught online, converting their courses to an online format, and assigning mentors to them. Now, this was a heavy lift and phenomenal work that everyone participated in accomplishing. So kudos to the entire team. So the next slide shows the online college's unduplicated enrollment and the steady increase in online students in fall of 2021. This slide and none of the others include dual credit students and continuing education students in the count. You see the big increase in fall 2020 when all students were moved into remote learning, as we call it, and as is referred to by the Online Learning Consortium. In fall of 2021, you see the natural selection that students began to make by either gravitating to online learning or to on-campus learning. So slide 5 shows the number of unduplicated students taking at least one online course by academic year. We anticipate that this number will steadily increase as students become acclimated to the online learning environment and more confident in online learning. The next slide shows the percent of students enrolling in at least one online course in fall of 2020. This slide is interesting. Fall 2020 was an anomaly, given that all students were online. The true apples to apples comparison is fall 2019, prior to the pandemic, and fall 2021, where we see a significant increase in growth and students gravitating to their preferred modality. Slide 7 shows online college enrollment by ethnicity. Now, in this slide, enrollment by ethnicity, we see the precipitous decline in Asian student enrollments. And this is largely caused by the pandemic, lack of vaccines, and the closure of borders. All other groups have some variances, but are essentially flat, with the exception of Hispanic students, which has steadily increased. This increase is also reflected nationwide at colleges and universities. However, the pandemic also had an effect on the enrollments of Hispanic students in colleges and universities as well. According to the Education Advisory Board, the reasons that first-generation students either do not attend college or drop out of college are due to three primary reasons: financial burden, and we know that's the case because many students now are opting in the gig economy to go to work, to become Uber drivers, or to take some other type of job in order to support themselves and their families. Another reason is lack of support at home or at the institution that they fill. And the other is inequitable access to resources. In the next slide, you see the course success rate by teaching modality. Now, this slide presents an excellent picture of the training that is being conducted under the leadership of the Vice Chancellor of Instructional Services and all of the members of the team to ensure that faculty members are fully prepared with the skill sets needed to teach online. That is critically important. Higher education scholars have written about this increase, and what they have said is, and I quote, "It is not the building that makes the difference in student learning. It is the teaching," end quote. So this slide is also reflecting that to be true for us here at HCC as well. The next slide shows course success rates by ethnicity. Now, we know that course success has many influencing factors, to include external factors and personal factors. But HCC has a full menu of student support services to help students via early alerts, wraparound services that help to address food insecurity, housing, transportation, mental health counseling, financial aid counseling, and so many others, in addition to the academic counseling and tutoring services that are available for both online and on-campus students. In fact, the online college provides online tutoring for all HCC students across all of the disciplines and programs, and they do an excellent job, and they have a national award as well with Upswing. So we are really very delighted with all of the services that are provided to assist our students irrespective of their learning modality. And so in the next slide, slide 10, you see areas that HCC Online College works in to provide student and faculty support. This slide shows the specific targeted areas that the dedicated team of professionals in the online college oversee. The professionals overseeing these areas go over and beyond the call to duty. Every day, they serve students in a very proactive way, in a very patient way, in a very informed way. In fact, I receive feedback from students and faculty on a regular basis about the great service that they are given by our team. So, in my analysis, you will see my concluding remarks, and I would like to share these thoughts. Number one, HCC's online educational programs and services provided a timely educational option for residents during the pandemic. During the same period of time, the number of online providers, whether they were educational or corporate providers, they increased exponentially. Number two, would like to say that given the rapid growth of online learning in the academic and corporate sectors, it is clear that education is becoming more borderless and more personalized. Educational service areas and boundaries are becoming much more blurred now. Number three, As HCC addresses the present and looks to the future, it is clear that flexible, economical, and personalized learning will continue to be important to provide students the skills needed for a post-pandemic world. So success in the following areas: flexibility, affordability, personalized learning, and access and equity will assist HCC in maintaining its competitive advantage, financial health, and long-term sustainability. Thank you very much. I'll take questions if you have any.
Trustees, are there questions, comments? Trustee Laredo.
Thank you for your report. I thought it was very, very interesting. This is no reflection on what you said, but I do have to say it. I know this week we had a problem with students getting dropped from their classes because of some glitches on the computer software, and, I don't know why that's happening. But I had a couple of phone calls yesterday, I guess, or day before, about, students being ready to go to their class Monday morning at 8 o'clock, but at 5 o'clock in the morning, they got a message that their class had been dropped. And so they were already on the way to the class because they go by bus or train, so when they got there, they were told, no, you're not registered in this class after being in the class for 2 weeks. So therefore, you can just imagine if you're that student and you show up and they tell you no, okay, what do you do? Okay, so yes, we have all these resources, wonderful resources, but if you're a student that is experiencing that, what do? You call mom and dad, and they are there. Some are there to encourage you and give you that support, the way you said. There's 3 areas that would keep them from going. So they were not able to register in the same class that they had already been in for 2 weeks. Okay. So, but their advisor said, take another class and you'll be okay. You can take that class in the summer or next time. That's wrong. That's not right. This morning I was at a veterans breakfast, and there's a young lady that works there. She's a waitress, and she saw me with my HCC. And so she always, I always ask her, how are you doing? I knew she used to be a dual credit student, and now she's full-time. So she said, well, I don't know because I got dropped. And then I went like, oh no, because I called the chancellor and I said, Chancellor, what's going on? We can't lose these kids. And I know that she said that they called her and informed her how to help her. But she said, my mom said, don't worry about it. Just, I don't have to go back. And I said, no, you have to go back. And so, if these are just a few that reach out to us, how many of them that don't reach out to us and this happens to them? We need to find out what's causing these glitches. We pay millions of dollars for this software. So there is no reason that these students have to go through that, and they're trying, and how difficult it is for us to just get our students in the door. So I'd like for y'all to find out what happened, what's happening. I know Chancellor mentioned it a couple of weeks ago at the last meeting that there was something going on with the software, and the students were going to be contacted, and maybe some were and some were not. So, but again, if this is already week 2, they were already there, they already took tests, they already did homework, and now they're dropped from that class. So we always got to find a solution, is what I say. We know there's problems, but let's find a solution. So the solution could have been open more spaces so those students that were dropped can get back in. So it works for some, it doesn't work for some others. But, I just want to make sure we're the voice for these students, and them being told, don't tell your aunt. Don't tell the board member, because then we're going to get, we're going to get in trouble. And I said, no, it's not about anybody getting in trouble. It's about helping the students. So if the professors are also feeling like they can't turn to anyone because I don't know what they have to do to open those spaces, the slots. So we need to help them too. We don't need any professors to feel threatened because a student will come to one of us board members for help.
No, I could not agree with you
Thank you.
more. I
Let me,
think,
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I don't know about professors being threatened. That's the first I've heard of it. But I will offer Dr. Grace to respond to the circumstances under which students are dropped. And part of it is the timing on payment. We have compliance with federal regulations in terms of how long we can hold a student's account open as a receivable. And I'm not saying all of these students that Trustee Loretta is referring to fall in this category, but I had explanations to me the triggers that cause the deregistration and the number of reminders that are sent. And with that, with your permission, Madam Chair, I'll turn the floor over to Dr. Grace to maybe give us a little more detailed picture of what goes through in a deregistration process.
Yes, Chancellor, thank you, and Madam Trustee.
Madam Chair, if I may, before Dr. Graves start,
Yes, Dr. Flowers.
this is a question for the Chancellor. Before Dr. Graves starts, can you clarify, because I appreciate the points that Trustee Laredo made, and she made them to Dr. Fisher. And so can you distinguish before Dr. Graves starts, is this which department are we dealing with so that we know that where we're addressing it with the right, department or figurehead?
This is under Dr. Grace.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Chancellor.
No, I did acknowledge that Dr. Ford Fisher did not have to do with you. That you're doing a good job with what you're doing, but this was another department. So, thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Trustee, I'll share just to provide context. So students, when they sign up for classes, many of them have what's known as anticipated aid. They've applied for financial aid, and they may have scholarships applied to their accounts. While those students are waiting for aid, our financial aid department places a no-drop hold on their record to maintain their enrollment, to help students go through the verification process. That includes documentation, collecting any necessary paperwork to confirm and process their aid. In that process, we also run what's called our SAP process, which for students who are continuing their enrollment, we review their academic progress. So there are a number of circumstances by which we are assessing the student's ability to receive aid and eligibility. The timing in which we have to receive a valid receivable on the books for state reporting and reimbursement requires that we have collected to a certain portion of students' total tuition and fees by the official day of record. Many students, and I will share, this is a collective approach that includes both our Student Financial Services Department, Financial Aid and Student Services. They receive a series of communications. Number one, reminding them to encourage them to either sign up for a payment plan if they have not secured a total tuition and fee payment and they owe a balance to the institution. So they receive that message directly to their preferred email from HCC. If once a student's record or there's some challenges with their financial aid award, communications comes out from our financial aid department, notifying the student of their current status and also encouraging them to either seek means to apply for a financial aid appeal should they not meet the satisfactory academic progress requirements, or if those students do not have enough aid to cover the total cost of attendance. They receive a series of communications also requiring that or encouraging them to contact the Student Financial Services Department to sign up for a payment plan to cover any remaining tuition balances. So it's very likely, I'm not suggesting that that is the circumstance for those students, but after the considering that the timing in which those students were dropped this week, there may be some circumstances where students owed an outstanding balance to their account. They were notified through a series of communications and just simply were not able, either didn't respond or didn't have an opportunity to review that communication before showing up to class. I'm not suggesting, again, that we're putting the responsibility on the student, but it would require much more investigation in order to be more succinctly and provide a more succinct response to individual student cases.
Trustees, are there any other comments?
Madam Chair, so what was the difference I'm sorry if I missed it. What was the difference this year than how we normally do it?
So there was no difference, trustee. There was, to trustee Laredo's point earlier, prior to the start of the regular semester, there was a technical glitch that was caught. We identified the students who were impacted. There was a communication sent to those students encouraging them to contact the Enrollment Services Department to get re-registered for those courses. So our team worked very diligently with those students who followed up. We reached out to them through a series of communications and asked if we could help offer assistance to get them re-registered. And most of those students were successful. The situation that I think trustee is referring to, now that classes have started this week, we've not heard, this would be the first that I've heard that there's been any continued glitches in the system. What's happened now is our normal process that we run. It runs after SAP approval, after we run our deregistration process to initiate the second start enrollment. This is no different than what we normally run each semester.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Dr. Graves, I have a question in regards to the regular process. I'm not talking about the students that have been dropped, but a student who's coming in first time, apply for financial aid, the FAFSA is completed. What is the total process time for that student to be awarded financial aid? And I'm asking because I've had some people call me about that because they're concerned that it's taking so long and they wanted to actually start this semester and several months has passed.
So I would say, and financial aid is not directly under my purview, but I can share, because we now allow students to use prior year tax returns, it has been much quicker. The average processing time, and Marshall, you can correct me, I understand once the financial aid team starts the packaging process, is about 2 weeks. That's from time that the students receive their student aid report, and that's pending that students have submitted all of the appropriate documentation. Oftentimes, students have, there's outstanding documents that are required to validate and complete the awarding process. So many times, when there's a lag in the delay of that processing and awarding, it's because the financial aid department is waiting on the proper documentation to finalize that award and distribution. You're welcome.
Are there any other comments, trustees? Trustee.
I actually want to kind of get back to the presentation. And thank you very much for the presentation. I've been waiting for one of these presentations for a while. I'm glad to see it now. The online college brings up questions for me as in more of a macro sense. You know, online is different from brick and mortar. And, you know, we spend millions marketing our brick and mortar in a traditional brick and mortar way. Location, availability of physical locations, where the locations are. We have Coleman College in the medical center. We have numerous campuses throughout our community that bring physical access, and the types of facilities, what we offer in laboratories and other types of media presentation while students are in class or in-person learning. Online learning is all different. So how are we moving forward? What is our strategy, or do we have one yet, of where we're going to take online, as it's arguably going to be a very much more important component of our school as well as many others. So now, you know, instead of, we don't, you know, we compete with other neighboring schools for students geographically. That's not part of the equation anymore. There's people that offer programs halfway around the world that are just as easily accessible to our students as our programs will be. What is our strategy going to be? How are we going to brand our online school versus how we brand our brick and mortar school? And I'd like to hear more about that coming in, not today, of course, but that, I want to find out how that's going to fit in to our overall strategy, because I'm sure thousands of colleges are doing this now and having these same discussions and bringing up these same questions. And you guys in the business are way ahead of me in seeing what is already out there and what has been put out there and what will continue to be put out there, as this new area is we're all thrown into the deep end with this due to COVID. We were all in the kiddie pool before COVID with this. But now, we were all thrown in, and it's interesting to see what's going on. And I'd like to see how we're going to respond and how we're going to develop our online program going forward. And I appreciate all the efforts that you do to run our online college, and this is the first opportunity I've had to say that at the table, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Glazier. And I would like to say that the Chancellor has already begun that process with the team to try to determine exactly what each of the constituent areas requires in teaching and learning. We know that there will always be a need for on-the-ground campuses because there will be individuals who will just have that preference. But then when we look at working adults in particular, there are data that indicate that working adults have difficulty getting to an 8 to 5, for example, campus. So there has to be an option available for them. And we know that we have our campuses open from 7:30 in the morning until 10 o'clock at night. But even for that, and even on weekends, the working adults need to have that option. And that is where the corporate community is providing that online learning for that population. And we want to ensure that in the strategy that we develop, that we take that into consideration as well. Because we have a growing population of adult learners. And we know that when we look at the Southern Region Education Board's data, we're looking at individuals who are from 25 years of age and up. These are considered to be the working adults. So we know that we need to include them in our strategy. We know that we need to provide the educational opportunities for them now. And many of them are gravitating to that modality. We also know that there are a lot of businesses that are providing the tuition reimbursement for their employees. So we want to make sure that we fill that niche as we continue to expand upon the vision that is being created, that the Chancellor will then present to the board.
Thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing
You're welcome.
from the
Thank you.
administration on
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you.
And for a last nuts and bolts kind of question, for the online college, can you tell me the number of employees that answer to you in the online college?
In the online college, we have a total of 26.
And 26.
26
And how many of
employees.
those are technical, that have to manage the technical side of this college?
We have 13 advisors who work in the online college, and they work specifically with those students who are part of the caseload for the online college. We have 2 counselors. We also have 3 managers, one to oversee the technical programs, another one to oversee the upswing program, and another to oversee the advising programs. We have 1 director. We have 1 person who we anticipate will come on board very soon. That will be an enrollment services officer. We have 2 secretaries, one for the director of online learning, one for me, and that will complete the number of employees that comprise the online college at this time.
And what is the budget for the online college, please?
The online college budget is $2,428,722.
So a little over 2.4 million and 26 employees, and you have how many students online?
Oh, online today, it was over 29,000 that are enrolled.
I think this is an excellent investment in our students. This is also a very conservative approach to investment in the system, in the actual online system. We are recognized nationally, and this is good because not many community colleges were recognized nationally. So this has given Houston Community College a huge boost. And when we get to the Washington D.C. area, we'll have to have that discussion, won't we, Chancellor?
Yes, and I want the board to know, thank you, Madam Chair, it's a great observation, is that the shared services is not underneath the organization chart of Dr. Ford Fisher, but is provided in a tremendous amount of service. Our IT bandwidth is second to none, and that's not in her budget, it's a global budget. The faculty that is trained is doing a great job of connecting with the students. If you look at the budget structure, that falls over in instructional services as a shared service. Some of the student advisors, many of our students are not 100% online. They're online and attending some face-to-face, so they have access to other student advisors and financial aid and so forth. So we're very proud of the work and the recognition that we're getting for online college, but it is a one college effort that makes the budget stretch as we share services with each other. But that's a great observation. Thank you.
And I definitely want to thank the Integrated Technology Department. The IT team that we have is truly extraordinary. The 9 of us, that's enough to have to deal with us for all of our issues operating from home. But the IT department has done an extraordinary job in managing this system for the whole county, for hardware and software, for risk, for upgrades. So I do have to definitely say thank you to IT, because without our IT division, then none of this could happen. We would literally stop functioning. So thank you so very much. This is an excellent report. And I would ask that you would give to the board members, if you would send them something in electronic transfer format, JPEG, PNG, so that we can actually post on social media what these successes are, because we can't talk it the way that you all do. And it needs to be broadcast, because we need to, as trustees, make it very clear as to what Houston Community College is doing in terms of enrollment increase. So if you would send this to us, we would certainly assist in getting the word out to the public. And thank you so very much. Are there any other questions or comments, trustees? Trustee Laredo.
When is Second Start?
Second Start has, Dr. Graves, get the exact date? The 14th?
February 14th, Valentine's Day? Okay.
And can we get the list of classes that are offered? One of the challenges we have as trustees is, I don't tell anybody to go to the website, because I can't tell them where to go on the website. But if I have something that I can send them, a link I can send them, I would rather send them a link than send them following blindly into cyberspace. So if you can send that to trustees, and when we're asked questions, we can send students by link to a general link or 2 or 3 links that they can go to get answers that they need. That would be very helpful for us.
Excellent. Will do.
Also on that question, I wanted to find out, this would be a great opportunity for students to be able to use those HERF funds. So if they didn't get to complete the registration for the first time, they can do it the second time. Is that correct? Can they use some of those HERF funds?
Mr. Hines is
Mr.
reviewing
Hines.
that.
Hello? Can we
The
use
HERF
some of
funds
those
used
HERF
for
funds
students.
for those students for Second Start that we still have a balance of?
Yes, we still have about $25 million to give out during the spring, and we'll go in the summer as well, and that will then end at the full total of HERF 3 being spent, so in our HERF funding.
Okay.
It's similar,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair,
Yes,
similar to
Chancellor.
any financial aid program we have. We've got the money, but the student has to take some affirmative action to get that, so it's not automatic, right? And you sign up for the payment plan or ask for supplemental help through HERF, and those get processed pretty quick. So, yeah, we have funds available to do that, absolutely.
Good.
And I think that if trustees, if we knew that, we can send them to the link and let them get started, because sometimes it's really a challenge to try to find answers. The students just assume that there is no funding, so they're not looking for funding. And we need to make sure that they understand that the funding is there and they have access to it through the appropriate channels. So if you all could inform us, we'd appreciate it and we would assist. Trustees, are we done with this item? Trustee
Hey,
Latham?
that just sounds like a comment for the marketing committee.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Next on the agenda is item C, 2021-2022, Veteran and Military Affiliated Student Success. This is a passion of both myself and Trustee Laredo. This is something we've asked for 4 years. We have been pushing to make sure that our veterans have appropriate support. So, Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With your permission, I'll turn the floor over to Dr. Graves to lead us through the presentation on veteran and military affiliated student success. Dr. Graves.
Thank you, Chancellor, Madam Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to bring forth an update on some of the remarkable work that we're doing in our BMAS department. This particular presentation will highlight a couple of initiatives that for which we are exceptionally proud to acknowledge. We participated in an inaugural study that was very similar to an audit exercise. We have some very exciting outcomes to share with you regarding that work. And then we'll talk about some of the other partnerships and collaborations we've done. I will share, we are excited also as we are starting the spring semester. We're looking forward to bringing forth to the board student success outcomes, particularly as it relates to retention and enrollment for our veterans and what that looks like in terms of their transfer rates. As we get through the semester, we're excited to provide that kind of content to the board. I'll now turn the presentation over to Dr. Chastity Holloman Douglas, who will make today's presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, members of the board, Chancellor, and Executive Cabinet. Today I'll be providing an update for Veteran and Military Affiliated Student Services Department, which I'll refer to as VMAS throughout this presentation. This overview will include a look at the results of our recent risk-based compliance assessment by the Department of Veteran Affairs, as well as a look at a new training and education program available for our veteran students. I'll share a few highlights for the department and plans for the remainder of this year. But before I begin, I would like to recognize our Director of VMAS, Ms. Capri Thomas. Ms. Thomas has served in this capacity for the last 3 years and has truly been an innovative leader in her approach. She is one who is always looking for new ways to support and advocate for our veteran students. Ms. Thomas, please stand and be recognized for your excellent work. On March 2nd of 2021, HCC was notified of our selection to participate in a risk-based compliance survey. This survey included a process outlined by the Isaacson and Rowe Veterans Healthcare and Benefits Improvement Act of 2020, which set new requirements for risk-based reviews of educational institutions. The purpose of this assessment was to identify potential areas of risk that could hinder our success with educating our veteran students. Here's a look at some of the areas that were under review. Some of the initial risk factors included a look at changes in enrollment for veteran students, a review of any complaints made by veteran students to the VA, student success measures, and they also performed an audit of several student files from our unit. I would like to recognize the Finance and Administration Department, the Communications Department, IR, and the Office of General Counsel for assisting us with such a quick turnaround for this information. I am delighted to say that upon conclusion of the survey and the audit, we are pleased to share that the VA found no areas for improvement and 0 concerns were identified. Also, in March of 2021, the Department of Veteran Affairs introduced a new program for unemployed veterans in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, offering education and training for high-demand jobs. Under the Veteran Rapid Retraining Assistance Program, which is referred to as VRAP, eligible veterans can receive up to 12 months of tuition and fees, as well as a monthly housing allowance. HCC was selected to offer 62 high-demand certificate programs under VRAP starting June of last year, and this program will run until December 2022. I would like to draw your attention to the bottom of this slide, which shows the payment structure for this program. HCC, the payment structure is based on progress and success of our veteran students who are in the program. HCC received 50% of tuition and fees from the VA when the student begins the program. We then receive another 25% when the student completes the program, and then the final 25% when the student finds employment in the field of study. So as you can imagine, the VRAP program requires much collaboration with financial services in developing the payment structure for the college, career services with our job placement needs, and our new external partner, which is called the Houston Launchpad, and I'll talk more about that partnership. To boost awareness of the program, our office hosted weekly information sessions. We collaborated with the communications department to develop a landing page for our website so that the information is easily accessible. We've developed flyers that we've shared on social media and with our external partners. As I mentioned previously, we established a new partnership, an actual memorandum of understanding with an organization called Houston Launchpad, whose purpose is to improve long-term employment opportunities and quality of services for veterans and their dependents. Houston Launchpad is assisting HCC VRAP students with transportation vouchers, weekly check-ins, housing referrals, funding for school supplies, and of course, job placement. The selected group that have met the criteria for this program at this time is about 53 students. We had 3 graduates last December, and we've received close to $60,000 in tuition and fees. Here's a look at some of our external partnerships that we depend on in the greater Houston area. They provided goods and services to our military-affiliated population. Through collaborative efforts, these partners supply aid for basic needs such as housing and food security, counseling, transportation, financial literacy, and job placement. They also serve to help us with recruitment pipelines as well for veterans. And then finally, here's a look at some of the VMAS team's achievements for this year. As an institution, we have another achievement to celebrate as HCC has recently received the designation as a nationally recognized military-friendly school. Over 1,200 schools applied for this designation for the 2021-2022 year, and just over half of the schools actually earned it. HCC exceeded benchmarks for academic policies and compliance, culture and commitment to the veteran population, and our overall supportive services for veteran students. This is due in large to the sheer dedication and hard work of our entire VMAS team, as well as our institutional partners. This recognition will certainly help us to build more pipelines. Finally, I'll quickly share that we are close to launching a new mentoring program for veteran students as a way to better support their transition from military to civilian life as college students. We have partnered with our military staff and faculty who are excited to serve as mentors in this program. Now our veteran students will have additional points of contact with people who can directly relate with their experiences, offer encouraging words, and provide guidance to essential resources when needed. We look forward to providing more outcomes data on this program in the coming months. This concludes my presentation, and I thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions you may have.
Trustees, are there any questions? Trustee Laredo.
I thank you for the presentation, and I'm just curious. I know you said there was 53 veterans in the program. Do you know how many veterans we have enrolled at HCC total?
Yes, ma'am. Currently, we are at spring enrollment numbers. We are at 2,545 students. But I will specify for that program is specific criteria, eligibility criteria, so that the veteran does have to be unemployed and they cannot be using VA benefits currently at this time. So we're really having to work with our external partners to be able to identify those specific veterans who meet that criteria. But also we have a group of veterans here at HCC that aren't using benefits, and that was our first group to go to publicize this program.
Right, and I like the fact that you have, you're starting a mentoring program because that's really successful when students have someone else to talk to, or I know, do we still have the office downstairs?
Yes, ma'am. So we still have our district office here, but we've actually deployed all of our staff out to the colleges, to our resource centers. We have 4 veteran resource centers on our campuses, and so our staff are now there on the campuses ready and willing to help our students.
That's great, because I know that when they come in, they're always looking for a special office, and so people to help them. So thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Trustees?
I just want to comment and say it was a great presentation, because oftentimes you find veterans who are so unaware of resources, and so they feel hopeless. And this program, I think, is a great start to helping. So again, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
There is a question on slide 4. The Department of Veteran Affairs did the risk-based compliance survey. Are they surveying just the students in this 53-student group, or were they surveying the entire system with the 2,545 students?
Oh, yes. So they were surveying the entire system. It was not directly related to the VRAP program. This was a survey for our entire institution.
So they did 10 student files out of 2,545 files. Is that how that works?
So I'm not for sure about the enrollment for what it was last year, and I can check with Ms. Thomas if needed. But yes, they only asked for 10 student files. However, there was a very lengthy survey that we had to complete that went over all of those different, if I can find it, all of those areas that were reviewed. It was pretty extensive, and it required a lot of collaboration with other areas.
Okay. So I guess my only concern is statistically, if you're going to do 1/2 of 1% of the files, then you probably will get a 0 audit survey findings found. That's kind of a common standard. So what we would like to know for the Academic Affairs Committee is we'd like to know the attrition rate of our veterans. Because with 2,545 veterans in a city of 4 million, we should have more veterans, especially since the Veterans Affairs Hospital is here and they now have full services for all veterans. Just the number of veterans that move through the hospital is an astounding number. So we'd like to see that enrollment addressed, because our veterans are coming out of the military because we are not at war, and when we are not at war, they tend to leave the military. So we want to make sure that our veterans know and understand the wonderful programs that we have, especially our short-term programs, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 10 weeks long, that do guarantee them employment in great companies with a really good hourly or salary income. So if we can find that out based on the number of veterans in the county, we need to increase our enrollment. This is a great program, and I certainly hope that you all will receive more funding for it, because you do have, as Trustee Laredo and I understand, you do have veterans in the in-between, that they are not able to use their veteran funds for education, and they are unemployed, which is you can't be educated if you don't have funding. So this program is excellent, and we certainly like to see it broadcast, and if there's additional funding, we need to make arrangements for Houston Community College to take greater advantage of that so that we can help our veterans. Thank you. This was a very, very informative presentation, and we appreciate it. Trustee Glazer.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'd like to find out some more details through the program, maybe in a subsequent report, about what we do for any of our veterans that are in the program that have disabilities.
Yes, please. Because we do have veterans who suffer PTSD, and so those veterans are often in need. We also want to know what happens to the children of veterans, because when you are the child of a veteran parent, there is a certain amount of support that you are entitled to. So we want to make sure we're addressing that. Thank you. This is a great program. Your VRAP program is excellent, and we certainly appreciate reaching out to our veterans and really helping them to acclimate into society, especially into the workforce. Thank you so much. We will now move to item D, report on fall. Trustee Flowers.
I just wanted to say thank you for the awesome presentation and the great work that you all continue to do.
Thank you so much. We will now move to the final item, item D, report on fall 2021 commencement ceremony. Chancellor Maldonado?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With your permission, I'll turn the floor over to Dr. Grace to step us through the commencement ceremony that was held here recently at the end of fall of 2021.
Well, thank you, Chancellor, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's me again, talking about commencement, and it's the most exciting time of the year. But before we talk about our plans for spring, I want to give a quick recap of our first post-COVID ceremony. Here on this slide, you see some historical participation data starting from spring 2019 until this past fall. I'll direct your attention to the far right so that you'll have updates on the most recent ceremony. We had 2 ceremonies in December. Over 900 graduates participated. Our first post-COVID ceremony held at NRG Arena. We were very excited to see students, many smiling faces. Even our faculty and staff were excited to reconvene in person. The AM ceremony, we had over 370 graduates, and then the afternoon ceremony, almost 550 graduates who participated. We had 176 faculty in total. You'll see the numbers there for both the AM and PM ceremony. Recognizing that we were very cognizant about our COVID protocols and enforcing social distancing, we required ticketing systems so that we can better control crowd and traffic to minimize the impact of what was then the height of I believe, Omicron and Delta convergence at that time. We had over 3,000 family members, guests in attendance for both ceremonies. You see the numbers respectively for both the AM and PM ceremony. And then we had 250 plus faculty and staff who volunteered their time, who spent the entire day with us, many waking up and being there as early as 6 a.m. to open the doors. And I believe the last crew, which may have been these ladies to the right, didn't leave until maybe 4:30 p.m. So I'd like to recognize their contributions for all of the faculty, staff, presidents, those who were in attendance. Thank you for joining us. You see the time per ceremony. Thank you, Trustees. And I would say not bad in terms of timing. Our first ceremony was just under 2 hours. And then our second ceremony with more in attendance was 2 hours and 12 minutes. We're getting a lot more efficient thanks to technology. Thanks again to our phenomenal IT team for finding the resources and providing the support needed to ensure that our commencement ceremonies move seamlessly. So when we look at awards, we awarded, this is not necessarily participation in the ceremony, but total awards issued for fall. Over 1,600 associate's degrees, advanced technical certificates, 19. We had level 260 plus level 1 certificates, 58 level 2. You see we didn't award many certificate 3. It's not very many that we offer annually. We had core completers, over 500 core complete, and we offered no awards for occupational skills awards. So that brings the total to 2,531 awards for the fall ceremony. So let's talk about spring, the spring commencement this year. We've got the dates. We are back in person, and we're excited again. Our text chase ceremony, which recognizes the completion for our high school equivalency graduates, will be held on Tuesday, May 3rd at Central College in the auditorium at 6:30 p.m. Our VAST ceremony will also be held on Saturday, April 30th at Central College in the auditorium at 1 p.m. And then our general degrees, certificates, and awards ceremony will be at NRG Arena again, and it will be held on Thursday, May 12th. We will have what I'm calling super commencement this year. Trustees, you may recall, we made a commitment to our 2020 graduates because we hosted their ceremonies virtual. We invited them, we anticipated inviting them back to our first opportunity to host them at an in-person ceremony, and we will be doing that this spring. So pack your running shoes, pack your snacks, your overnight bags, because we have a long day, but it's a day full of celebration, and we're so excited to be able to welcome our 2020 graduates back so that we can honor them and give them the opportunity to walk across the stage and accept their awards as well. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions or receive any feedback if there is any at this time.
Trustees, are there questions, comments? Trustee Laredo.
I don't have a question. I just have a comment that it was great, and I really thought that the student portion was really great. I went down there, I went off-site, and they had a DJ, they had a party going on for the graduates, and that was really great, and I know the parents were on the other side, and that they were trying to get over to that area, and they said, nope, this is just for the students, but I managed to get in there and take some pictures with some of the students and some faculty, so that was great. Now, my question is, on the ceremony for next year, or for this spring, do the returning graduates, they get to pick their time?
So
Would they register? Or
the spring, and that's a great question, trustee. The spring 2022 graduates will have the option to choose between the 9 a.m. ceremony and the 2 p.m. ceremony. It will be registered. We'll have a limited number, so we're encouraging students to sign up for their preferred choice and time. As soon as the registration becomes available, they'll receive a series of communications. The 6 p.m. ceremony is reserved specifically for the 2020 graduates. We want to acknowledge them and give their family and friends the opportunity to join us for that evening ceremony.
Great, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair.
I just want to say that you guys did an outstanding job.
Thank you, trustee.
And I truly enjoyed it, because to see students so excited and happy to walk across that stage, just, oh God, it just touched my heart. It done my heart so good. And I also want to commend you. You taught me what to wear from this point on, what type of shoes and everything. So, but it was really great, and you could see the joy in the students, and I was so happy to participate.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Trustee Flowers?
Thank you. I want to say I had a blast at the commencement ceremony, and I have a recommendation. I don't know if you remember that very jubilant, excited student in the morning graduation who cheered on every single graduate. We need to give out we need some kind of special award or acknowledgement when we have that much enthusiasm. It was really beautiful, and it was also beautiful to see every graduate return the same amount of love and enthusiasm when he walked across the stage.
Thank you,
Excellent.
trustee.
Trustees, comments? Thank you so much. We are very excited that we can actually have in-person graduations, because we understand, and all of us have been graduates, we understand how important that is personally and how important it is to family and friends to cheer you on when you cross that stage. So we are looking forward to the spring graduations, and good luck on orchestrating us and herding all of the cats. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We do not have a closed session. We will not be adjourned to closed session. So the Academic and Student Affairs Committee meeting is adjourned at
1:15 p.m.
Will now come to order at 1:15.
Yes, that's
This
correct.
meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting schedule. Good afternoon. I'm Trustee Dave Wilson, Chairman of the Audit Committee, appointed at the pleasure of our Chair, Dr. Cynthia Blinton Gray. And I hope to represent this committee in a very professional and something we can all be proud of at this school. But to make my job easier, I have the members on the committee. I have Dr. Adriana Temez and Dr. Prieta Van Dibble Stallwealth, who will help me make my job a lot easier, and our alternate trustee, Monica Reichart. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the board services. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Audit Committee today. Topics for discussion and or action. We're ready to discuss item A, Internal Audit Status Report. This is a report, no action is required. Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you, Chairman Wilson. The quarterly status reports being brought forward today is required by board policy. To deliver the report is our internal auditor, Mr. Terry Corrigan. With permission, I'll turn the floor over to him.
Thank you, Chancellor. Good afternoon, board members, and this is a quarterly status report that the Internal Audit Department does to the Audit Committee. We do it every February, May, August, and November. So the contents of this presentation, we'll present the summarized internal audit status information. We'll show you some enhancements we made to our quality assurance improvement program, and we present you information on follow-up on observations to audit report, observations, and what the status of those action plans are. And then we will also provide you with any information on external audit and review activities that are going on at HCC. So also in your package, you'll have attachments with a lot of information in regards to this information. We got the detailed fiscal year 2022 internal audit plan status report that gives you more detail of the plan. We have a copy of the internal audit charter matrix that we developed in the internal audit competency framework that we developed. And then we have copies of the audit observations follow-up report and McConnell and Jones recommendations follow-up status report. So right now, we in this period of reporting, we didn't issue any final audit reports, and we have the 9 projects going on right now that are listed on this slide. I'm sure you've already read through the package and probably are pretty much aware of what the contents are, so I won't be reading through it. So we're required to have a 5-year external quality assurance review done on the internal audit department as part of the standards for internal audit. And in the report that Basil Waller and Associates did in May of 2021, they asked us to consider 2 enhancements to our quality assurance improvement program. And so one of them was to come up with an internal audit charter matrix, and that matrix is to monitor and report the status of requirements embedded in the internal audit charter. So we did develop that, and I put a copy of that in your package that you could see. And then we also developed an internal audit competency framework, which Basil Waller and Associates thought we should do to support talent and resource management activities within the internal audit and to demonstrate professional proficiency of the internal audit department and its staff. So those 2 items I included in your package that you can look at. So also included in your package, you have the audit observation follow-up status report. I'm sure y'all all reviewed that. And also the McConnell and Jones recommendations follow-up status report, which is also in the package that I believe you would have reviewed before this meeting. So external audit and review activity of HCC in this period, we've had no new procurement services in this area that where HCC procured services. We had a regulatory imposed audit by the Houston-Galveston Area Council. They engaged Weaver to perform the 2021 through 2022 financial monitoring and billing review of our adult education contracts. So that concludes my presentation on the internal audit status report for this period.
Are there any questions from committee members? Any questions from other trustees that would like to ask? I have, yes.
I just have a request, that next time we get a magnifying glass, because these letters are so small. I need a,
Some of the print is small. Yes, I understand your request.
Mr. Chair?
I have a question on, Dr. Flowers?
I'll yield to you, Mr. Chair. Go ahead, please. You might be asking a question that I have, so please go ahead.
All right. On the number 9, the internal audit status report, the procurement contracting review, do we have, after we award contracts to vendors, what kind of review do we have to check whether they delivered on time, whether they provided the service, their services or goods didn't break down, or, just how does that review work? Could you fill me in a little more on that, please?
Well, the proponent of the contract, the department that wants the contract, they are primarily responsible for making sure that the vendor or the supplier performs on their contract. And when invoices are submitted, they are primarily responsible for reviewing those invoices and making sure that the invoices conform to the contract and to the procurement agreement. So the main responsibility is on the owner or proponent of the contract within HCC. And then they're required to do quality performance forms that they are supposed to fill out on the performance of the suppliers and vendors that they award contracts to.
Chancellor, please turn on your microphone. I can't hear you.
Thank you, Dr. Flowers. Offer Marshall, who's over procurement, to explain that process. That internal audit would look at that as part of an audit of that process that was approved by the board. I don't know that we have that audit in this cycle, but we do a review on vendor performance, and with your permission, I'll have Marshall to weigh in on the process that you asked about.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chancellor, Mr. Chairman. So as any employee of HCC makes an order through procurement, it goes through the normal mandated procurement process. As the contracts or goods are delivered, the receiving party, department, individual that receive that, they have to sign off before that amount is paid. So if we ordered 75 new computers, someone in Farrell's shop over in IT would make sure that we got those 75 computers and they were good in order. If we had a contract for legal services, the same thing would occur over in Ashley's office of the OGC. So everyone has a check and balance through the process. Now, if we have a problem with the vendor and they have not performed the scope of work as required per a contract or met with the supplies they delivered, we do have a template that we can fill out via procurement that they did perform well or that they did not perform well, or do not want to see these people participate again. So there's an opportunity for feedback that did well, make sure that we get the products and then the goods that they delivered is what they bid on and what we paid for.
Okay. When you're talking about the computers, say the contract says they've got 2 days to repair the computer or a replacement. Is there somebody that keeps statistics on replacing those computers or whether they do that? And am I hearing you saying it's kind of a department by department, whoever the contract is for is the one that evaluates that? And is there somebody that brings it all together? Because what I'm getting at is, if a vendor's not performing, I don't want to use them in the future, you know, and it's not fair to the vendors who do perform. And I'm just wondering what kind of review we do about all of them across the whole system. And
Yes, sir. So there are signature authority levels throughout the organization depending on the amount. So, depending on, like, for example, the computers, that may be signed off by one or two people before it goes to Farrell for a final approval and then to accounts payable for payment. So there's multiple people that check that off. I don't know that we monitor, 1 or 2 days, repair service promised, or if that was achieved or not. There's certainly the ability for that individual to place that in the feedback volatile into the file. And that goes for anything. It could be pencils and paper. Again, those parts that people that receive that are responsible for signing it up, and it goes up the food chain for signature level. And then that manager, director, executive director, whoever it is, the level, or even a vice chancellor that must sign off on the larger items. So there's a good checks and balance about what we receive and whether it's good, and there's a great format for entering. As you said, a lot of times you get vendors that we don't want to use again, or consultants. We want to have that feedback so that we know that when we're scoring them in the future when they bid again.
so is that mainly handled through procurement or through internal audit? Or?
What I'm describing is handled through procurement, coming up through the receivers of the recipient departments. And then, Terry can speak to what he does in audits after that. But what I'm talking about is the process we use within procurement, where we work directly. When you need something and you want to purchase, say, architectural services, that's handed over to procurement. They do an RFQ for that, and then they bring it in and they're scored, and then we bring those to the board also. And then it's up to the user group that uses the architectural services to make sure every time that firm sends in an invoice, for example, that they've completed their schematic design, that they've completed their design development, that they've completed 50% of their CDs, et cetera. So you have for example, the chief facility officer would be the one to sign off on something of that magnitude. And it depends on the size of the product, or the size of the spend, who signs off final.
All right. Dr. Flowers, you have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this question here is related to the item, going back to it here. I think it was item 7 or so. I'm trying to see where in the documents prepared can I get an update on where we are with the audit, with my request of the $100,000 spend and below, and I can't seem to find any updates on where we are with that audit. So I don't know where to find it.
All right, so the 100,000 and below project that you're talking about was requested after our internal audit plan was put together. And so that project is being handled by the finance and accounting group, as I understand it. So Marshall Hines might be able to give better information as to what the status is on doing that project.
Yes, I can. I was trying to catch your attention. So we actually have the first pass of those items in my inbox that are there for review, and we're about ready to proceed those and look at those, and they'll be forwarded to the group for a review through Terry's shop.
Okay, so to understand correctly, you got your first pass and you will send it to the audit department for review, and then from there it will come to the audit committee.
That's my understanding, and again, we've got a very large, voluminous list, obviously, for that amount and down. And so it's a lot of paperwork, a lot of numbers. A lot of teams from procurement did a great job of putting in some overtime to get that completed. And I think that will be fully finished within probably the next 2 weeks to 10 days.
Okay. Thank you for the update.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from the trustees?
Just a quick question. in reference to Dr. Flowers' request. What time frame did that cover? What period from what year up to now? I don't know where it begins. How far back are we going?
It's a long period. We went back to, I believe it's 2015 and forward.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. With no further questions, we'll move on to item B, orientation, internal audit, and charters. It's a report item, no actions required. Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To comply with board policy, CDC local, and international standards for the professional practice of internal auditing and board bylaws, Article E, Section 3, and Article F, Section 4C, we're bringing forward an orientation session for the board in regards to the importance and the distinction between the two charters that touch on the work of internal audit. One is charters for the audit committee, the other is for the internal audit department. And with your permission, again, I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Corrigan to step through the presentation.
Thank you, Chancellor. So, in my opinion, this is the most important presentation I do every year. Basically, this presentation provides information on the internal audit department's organization, the department's qualifications and experience. It also provides information on board bylaws, policy, and professional standards for the audit function. It also has information on how the internal audit function is practiced through the internal audit department charter, and how the audit committee provides governance over the audit function through the audit committee charter. And then it provides proposed revisions to the charter for the committee to review and approve. So the organization of our department is as indicated on this slide. We have 5 professional auditors and 1 office manager. As you can see, we have quite a bit of alphabet soup under each person's name with professional certifications. So this slide indicates the amount of experience each of our auditors has, what certifications they have in education. We have 3 people on the staff with MBAs, and the definitions of each of those certifications that people hold is indicated on this slide also. So we have quite a professional staff that I think would stand up against any internal audit department at any institution. So our vision in internal audit is to be recognized as trusted advisors for risk and internal control management. And our mission comes straight out of the standards for the professional practice of internal audit. And that is to enhance and protect HCC's values by providing risk-based and objective assurance, advice, and insight. So, board policy CDC local requires that the internal auditor perform all duties in accordance with the standards for the professional practice of internal auditing, the code of ethics, the statements of internal auditing standards, and the statement of responsibilities for internal auditing, each as established by the Institute of Internal Auditors. In the standards, it is required that the internal auditor put into a charter the purpose, authority, and responsibility of the internal audit activity. It must be formally defined by the internal audit charter, consistent with the definition of internal auditing, the code of ethics, the standards, and the chief audit executive must periodically review the internal audit charter and present it to senior management and to the board for approval. So we do that each year at this time of the year purposely because this is when the new audit committee members take charge. So that's when we present it for approval. So the charter in the standards requires these 7 components, and our charter has all of these components. And the charter that we're recommending is attached in your packet. The last item is the Quality Assurance Improvement Program. And here again, with the Quality Assurance Improvement Program, the 2 key components are that our department do annual reviews of our independent, that we do quarterly reviews that we're following the standards for the professional practice of internal audit, except for years when we have the external quality assurance review, which has to be performed according to the standards at least once every 5 years. So in May of 2021, Besa Waller performed that external quality review on our department. And one of his observations was that we strengthen organizational independence of internal audit by specifically defining the nature and the functional reporting relationship with the audit committee in the internal audit charter. So the revisions that we are proposing in the charter that's attached with, that tracks the changes that we're suggesting. The red wording is wording that's being removed, and the green wording in that track document shows you the wording that's suggested to be added. So, and the main purpose for those changes was to address this observation by the external quality assurance review. I guess it should be said that there will be no changes to how we practice internal audit. There's no changes to how the audit committee is supposed to perform its function. It mainly just better defines in detail the reporting relationship of internal audit as requested by the external auditor who came in and did the quality assurance review. So now moving on to the audit committee charter. The audit committee charter it was developed by looking at the international standards for the professional practice of internal audit. It recommends that if you have an internal audit department, that the audit committee, and if you have an audit committee, that they have a charter, and they provide guidelines on what that charter should look like. And so also providing guidance for the committee charter is the board bylaws Article E, Section 3, and board policy CDC local, and also board bylaw Article F, Section 4C. And then we also reviewed quite a number of other university and colleges' audit committee charters to come up with the charter for Houston Community College and the audit committee. So the components of the audit committee charter are authority, purpose, composition, meetings, and then the most important part, oversight responsibilities over internal audit and external accounting entities. So the charter revisions that we're proposing, we have no charter revisions proposed for the audit committee charter, and a copy of that proposed audit committee charter is in your packet to review. And then, like I stated before, the internal audit department charter, you have a tracked, edited version of what we're proposing to approve for that charter. So the proposed schedule for approving the charters to allow this current committee time to review it and digest the information is to bring back the charters in April, since we do not have March committee meetings for approval. And the proposed charters are attached in the package. And also for your convenience, we attached in the package copies of board bylaws, Article E, Section 3, and board policy CDC local. So be convenient for you to find. So that concludes my presentation. And if you have any questions, glad to try and answer them.
Trustees, anyone question? Glazier?
Here? Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
A quick question, and I think I ask this every year. We go back to your org chart, and I wanted to hear from you that you feel you have the adequate resources and personnel to accomplish the mission you have for the upcoming year.
Well, I think as you can see in the organization chart, we have quite an accomplished staff. And we spend a great deal of time with the Quality Assurance Improvement Program and making sure that they keep up with current standards and current risks that are going on in our environment. So based on the plan that's been approved by the board, we believe we have adequate staffing to complete that audit plan.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. I would just like to request a hard copy of this with the attachments from board services, please. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? I have a comment about, I welcome working with the audit committee as chair of this committee. One of the things that I'm a little reluctant about is the fact that, this board is all about policy, not getting in the weeds, not the internal workings of everything. So I need to talk with our board counsel on that, and I would like to get a well-defined role on how, and I'm going to have to look to our board counsel for that direction, and I would appreciate if she would get with me, and if there's any time or whatever that I'm available, just I don't know whether we should handle it through board counsel or I don't know. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to make sure that I'm understanding your question. You're seeking clarification on the appropriate role of the audit committee? Is that the question? I'm happy to talk with you and just sort of define your request, and then I can get with Mr. Corrigan and we can work to figure out how to address that issue and how best to accommodate that discussion.
Yes.
Yeah, the only thing that I can say in regards to that is that the standards require that the internal audit, the chief internal auditor, have the ability to have direct access to the chair of the audit committee. So, so that is actually established in the standards, and it's actually written into the audit committee charter, and it's also actually written into our internal audit charter.
So be it. Any other questions? We'll move on then to item C, report on quarterly control and compliance attestation. It's a report item, no actions required. Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On item C, trustees, you have attached the quarterly control and compliance attestation from me. In it, you'll see there are two exception items that are reported. The first item was the loss of a rig, a truck in a driving program that caught fire at a repair shop. We've received insurance proceeds for replacement of that. Dr. Edwards is working on moving forward with that replacement of that truck. And there is a attestation dealing with safety and security. The trustees had a closed session briefing from Chief Benford on the progress being made on that and the plan. And also here today to answer any questions the board might have is Ashley Smith, General Counsel, in regards to the attestation report being submitted.
Chancellor, I have a question. I get why it's addressed, obviously, to our chair of the audit committee, but Madam Chair is not anywhere on here. Is there a reason for that? She's not copied, she's not, in terms of the correspondence as the board chair. I'd just like to know,
There's no specific reason. We just report to the chair of the audit committee, and we have, in many ways, for example, the internal audit, quarterly audit report. Typically, there's no problem with, all the trustees get the copy. To your point is the document itself doesn't show that the chair received.
I just think it's strange and just different from protocols that I'm used to, and I'm just wondering, I would just expect the board chair to be on anything that individual board members are chairing or part of when it comes to a document like this. But, it's up to Madam Chair. It's my question. That's all. If this is the way it's always been done and everyone's comfortable with it, I'm fine. It's just a question.
I guess I'll address that. Thank you for your concern, Adriana. I appreciate that. But because Dave is the audit chair, and I received the information, I don't have a real problem with it at all, because he's the actual chair of the committee. As long as I receive it, it's okay if it's not addressed directly to me. I'm good with it.
No, and I don't mean the addressing part, like at the bottom, CC, board chair, I guess that's what I meant. There's no indication here that you're telling us you're even up.
Your question is whether you're missing a reference to the.
I'm sorry, but Trustee Adriana Tamaz needs to turn on her mic. I can't hear.
I just, for documents like this and just making sure that even it's like CC board members or like a copy, but just disregard. Just disregard.
We're certainly happy to do as the board directs. The pathway that we had perceived from what we had seen in our protocol was to direct it to the chairman of the audit committee. But
Let me give you a scenario. 5 years from now, I run across this document. I'm trying to find all of you to find out who got it. Well, I'm going to have to ask, well, it was actually emailed to everybody, or everybody got a copy. Why go through all that when I can look at this document and I could see that it was CC'd? That's why that kind of protocol, in my opinion, and the experience that I have, is important. And so that's why I'm bringing that up. That's all.
And the transmission is through Novus. I don't know that there's a separate document that goes to the committee chair. It's transmitted through the agenda packets. But
yeah.
we can, I'll discuss it with the chair. And
It's just me, I think, and what I'm used to, and this is just different. So I'm good.
Chair.
Ms.
I think Trustee Reagan.
Dr. Flowers.
I was just wanting to comment to let Trustee Tamaz know that I did do a search of past attestations, and I don't see where the CC was there. So just to let you know, I don't think that it was a deviation from anything in the past. I guess from my years on the board, when I just did a quick search, and I don't see where it was CC. The protocol has been just as Chancellor Maldonado has expressed.
Mr. Chairman, I have a comment, and it's from one of the attachments, audit projects, in particular, the campus safety and environmental operations management, as well as advisory services projects, which includes campus security. Are those two items included in the current review by our new chief as he's reviewing all of our security issues. Are these two things part of that review, or is his review part of these two things?
His review is part of these two things, and you'll recall the chief made a presentation to you in closed session related to his participation with Marshall, the review of the BRG report that I understand we received this week, and his participation will then also be part of the recommendations that he brings back to the board. So he is included in the evaluation, and he will be included in the recommendations.
Okay, thank you. That's what I need to know.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. My question is regarding attestation process. I'm looking and I don't see, so can you tell me if we received any attestations in the third or the fourth quarter that we just finished up? I can't hear. Is the mic off?
Oh, yeah, I understand your question, B. Did we receive any attestations after the closing of the first quarter?
Well, I'm checking back, and I can't find any attestations that would have reported for the third quarter or the fourth quarter of the year we just completed, unless this is covering part of that last quarter. So it seems like I'm missing, or we didn't have any.
There were reports for each of those quarters. We'd be happy to provide them to you if you don't have them.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's really important if you can share those with me. That would be important. And
happy to do
with
that.
the attest, thank you so much, Ashley. And then the last part of this, with the attestations, the updates on where we are. So the reports are coming in, and how do we know when the plans have been implemented? So for example, when we lost I think it's our accreditation with the education program, I don't know if it was reinstated or when it was reinstated. Did I miss something? So how do we get the information that when there has been an identified issue and there's a plan that's put in place, how do we get those updates?
Let me give you a little bit of detail. The Chancellor, on a scheduled and periodic basis, reviews with the Office of General Counsel and with the CFO the exceptions as they come in. When they're reviewed, they're placed into one of 5 categories, and those are referenced in your materials. The categories are that it's previously been referred to the board by other means. There's a second category that demonstrates that the issue is an exception that's mitigated, doesn't need a report to the audit committee, and we have one of those today we can share with you. The third category is that the plan to mitigate the attestation exception is in place and will be reported to the board. We have one of those today. The fourth category is no plan to mitigate attestation exception in place, and it'll be reported to the audit committee. And then the fifth category is the attestation exception previously reported, and we give you a status report on that. So those are the 5 categories that we hope are comprehensive enough to demonstrate what the status of the mitigation is.
Okay. All right. So I guess, Chancellor, are we good with our education program? Are we back on track?
Are you referring to the teacher education program?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. The latest update I have received is that there is an upcoming meeting in March where the lifting of the warning will be processed. We've been in compliance. We've had a review of the program, but the TEA has not met on any of the teacher accreditation programs across the state that we're aware of, but we were advised that it will be coming in March.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashley.
I would like to ask that the administration, Dr. Tomaz's questions and Dr. Flowers, that you get a response to them and give me a copy of that. I'd appreciate it so that everybody's satisfied with that. Thank you. Go ahead with your.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I actually draft a letter for the chancellor. It's drafted to you. If the chancellor would give me a different direction, I'm certainly think that might be appropriate for discussion. But I'm happy to draft a letter so it's addressed to you and to the chairman of the board, if that would be responsible.
No, I appreciate that, Mr. Chair, but I'm good. Mine is good, yeah.
Okay. Well, Dr. Flowers?
What is the question in terms of what do you wanted me to respond to, Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Okay, I said I'm sorry. I don't know what the question is that you're wanting a response to, if you can repeat that.
Well, I want to make sure that the question you presented to the chancellor and to legal counsel, you've got a satisfactory answer or are going to get one. That's what I want.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate that. I think, Ashley, if I understand correctly, the attestations that I can't find record of for that third and fourth quarter of 2021, that you're going to provide that to myself, and I think sending a copy of that as well to the chair.
All right. Thank you.
Correct. Good. I have my assignment, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Good. Do you have an additional presentation or?
No, I'm here to respond to questions.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions? All right. Seeing there's no other questions then, the meeting of the Audit Committee will, no, it won't do that. Let's go to this one. We're going to adjourn the meeting of the Audit Committee at 1:59. I'm 1 minute early. Okay. Thank you all. I appreciate the feedback.
Thank you. You may be 1 minute early. You're actually 29 minutes late, but that's okay. But you started late, so. And I'll ask my fellow board members here if you're ready to move into the next committee meeting directly. We're running a little behind, but if anyone wanted to take a small break at this time. Chair of the Board Governance Committee for 2022. The other committee members are Dr. Reagan Flowers, Trustee Monica Reichart, and alternate Trustee Dave Wilson. Opportunity for public comments. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Board Governance Committee today. Thank you. Topics for discussion and or action. Is there a motion to approve item A, proposed revisions to BBD local board members orientation and training?
So moved, Trustee Reichert.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Second, Trustee Flowers. It has been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With your permission, I'll turn it forward to Board Counsel. That'll step us through the proposed revisions to BBD local board member orientation and training.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Mahalik.
Good afternoon. The proposed revisions to BBD local are recommended by TASB. This includes an additional retraining requirement for board members that is consistent with some amendments to the Texas Government Code in 2021. There was a limited cybersecurity training requirement prior to that applied to certain employees. The amendments in 2021 extend that. It applies to all board members now. So what this amendment does to the policy is includes that training requirement, and also consistent with that statute gives the chancellor or designee the authority to select a training program from a list of programs that it is approved by the Department of Information Resources.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding this presentation at this point? No. I had a question, and it's probably just a procedural thing. All the trustees are required to do certain training. Do we have anything that would request board services just to keep track of all the training that is done by trustees, so that trustees can be aware of where there are on the chart, make sure that we're not missing anything, and basically the board services could keep track of our list of items that we need to stay abreast on with regard to training, and could circle back and report to either myself or the board chair on where each trustee is at, so we can make sure everybody is on board.
Yeah, so there's nothing specifically in the bylaws that requires board services to do that. I'll defer to board services to answer the question, but it's my understanding that they do maintain those records and notify board members when the training is complete. So when we complete the HCC specific training, that's not a statutory requirement, all board members submit a letter verifying that they've completed the training, and board services maintains those. And if they're not submitted, you will notify board members, hey, I don't have your letter yet, I need to get it by this date. So board services does track that, and will reach out to board members when that's not completed. And they're nodding in agreement.
Yes, I see the nod, so I think we got that all covered, and I'm glad that we were able to just make sure we had that on record. That being said, are there any other questions? Trustee Wilson.
I have a quick comment. I just finished that training, and I was pretty impressed with your presentation.
Well, thank you.
And with Marshall Hines' presentation, and with Ms. Prestige's presentation, and the lady from Valley Financial. Those were good presentations, and every time I go through those, I learn something else, and every year I pick something else up that I didn't know before, and they kept me awake this time, and they were great presentations, so I just want to thank you.
A glowing recommendation. Are there any other comments before we vote on this item?
Well, with that glowing recommendation, I can't wait to take care of it.
There you go. Our marketing representative right here. That being said, if Sharon, if you could put up the vote for this item for the committee members, I appreciate it. I'm going to assume voting is now closed.
Yes.
Okay.
Voting is closed. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
Thank you. Moving on, is there a motion to approve item B, proposed revisions to GCB Local Public Information Program, request for information?
So moved, Trustee Reichert.
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Flowers. It has been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This revision to GCB Local is pursuant to Senate Bill 1225 requirements related to suspension of public information during a catastrophe. With your permission, I'll turn the floor over to Melissa Mahalik to step through the details. Thank you.
Ms. Mahalik, I'm sorry.
Thank
Go ahead.
you.
Thank you.
As you may recall, this provision authorizing a governmental body to suspend the Public Information Act in the event of a catastrophe was included in the Public Information Act in 2019. In 2021, make sure I say that right. The legislature further amended that to clarify exactly what constitutes a catastrophe that would permit a governmental body to suspend the Public Information Act. So the majority of the proposed changes that you see here come directly from TASB. There is one point where the administration has recommended a slight variation of what TASB has proposed. So because this is such a new law, It doesn't include specifically the ability of the board to delegate authority to the chancellor or the administration to make that initial declaration. In discussions with TASB, their concern, and TASB as a routine position will always take the most conservative route. We don't have any guidance from the Attorney General or from Texas courts that would clarify whether or not that's permissible under this statute. And in the absence of that, TASB said, well, the most conservative option here would be for that authority to remain with the board. But when we reviewed this, there's some room to interpret this as permitting a delegation. It says that a governmental body may suspend the applicability of the Public Information Act. Further down, it says that the governing body would report that to the Attorney General's office. We think that the difference between the terminology of governmental body and governing body distinguishes between the entity and the board and does give the board some room to delegate the initial authority to declare, to suspend the Public Information Act to the administration. And the reason that we're recommending that we do that in this situation is if the board is required to make that suspension and to vote to approve that suspension, then the board has to meet in order to do that. And that may not always be practical in a situation where you have a genuine catastrophe. So as we have proposed the revisions to the policy here, the board would delegate the authority to the chancellor to make the initial suspension, but any extension of that suspension would have to be approved by the board. So the initial suspension under Texas law can be no more than 7 days, and then the board would then have to vote at the end of that 7-day period or before to extend it an additional 7 days, and that's the maximum allowed. So that delegation there is the only point where we are recommending something that's different than what TASB has included in its model policies.
Questions or comments regarding that item? Trustee Wilson.
When the policy about delegating the responsibility in a disaster for procurement, does this wording parallel that wording, or what is the difference between the two?
It's slightly different because they're governed by different statutes. So the wording that we have in this policy here tracks specifically the Public Information Act. We do have an emergency delegation that comes from a different statute that would track that language. And then we have some other, so I think they're scheduled to come before the committee in April, some additional revisions to that. But they're two separate statutes that govern them, so the language isn't exactly aligned, but it is aligned with the statute.
All right, I got it.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, there being none. Dr. Flowers.
Yes, thank you. Question here for board counsel. The recommendation in the catastrophe is this because without this, you're saying the board would have to meet, and that may not be possible in the onset of catastrophe.
That's correct. There is a provision of the Open Meetings Act that allows the board to call an emergency meeting under certain conditions that would constitute an emergency. It's likely that that would align with this, but the language isn't exactly the same. So, you can call an emergency meeting if there is I think it's defined as a public necessity that requires immediate board action. So, like I said, it's likely that that would align, but not guaranteed. So yes, you're correct. If we did not have this delegation in here, then the board would have to meet in order to suspend the Public Information Act.
Okay, and for clarity, it has been customary by policy that this is a board duty to make this decision.
Well, it's customary in that, this was a new statutory requirement that we did add to the policy after the 2019 legislative session when the law was initially passed. It wasn't in there previously because there was no authority under statute to suspend the Public Information Act. So it has been in the policy as a board responsibility until this amendment when we were incorporating the statutory changes from 2021. In looking at this, we also thought, this could present a problem and be difficult to accomplish if we don't have a delegation for the initial suspension.
And you're saying a delegation meaning the board being able to assemble?
The delegation would remove the necessity of the board having to assemble to vote on the initial suspension.
Okay, well, Mr. Chair, I think from my understanding, or I'm trying to understand or interpret this, it appears that, well, I'm of the comfort within a catastrophe, we can call a special meeting and assemble to do what we need to do regarding public information requests. I don't have any problems with my duty as a board member. If the situation calls for it, I am ready and willing to assemble to do the work that's required. And so I don't know if I find it necessary to give away that responsibility and not take care of it ourselves as a board.
Thank you. I understand your position. To rephrase this so I can summarize where we're at, this item would delegate the authority to suspend the protocols for information release to the chancellor for 7 days.
Correct.
And if it went beyond 7 days, then the board would need to approve any changes.
That's correct.
And Trustee Flowers, if I understand you correct, you're comfortable with just retaining that authority at the board level and not delegating it to the chancellor for a period of 7 days.
Yeah, I don't see why we would do that. And, you know, we want to keep work moving and flowing. And I think as a board, we're capable of doing that.
I understand. Ms. Mahalik, is this following any type of state law that's in place? Is this a standard that the state is laying out, or is this something that we have just decided that we think for practicality purposes we're pushing forward?
So the Public Information Act does authorize a governmental entity to suspend the Public Information Act in the event of a catastrophe. It does not specifically speak to the governing board's ability to delegate the initial suspension. It doesn't say that it's prohibited, doesn't expressly say that it's permitted. So it's silent on the delegation issue, but the suspension is consistent with state law. So if it's the committee's desire to maintain that authority for the initial suspension with the board, then we could make a motion to amend what we've proposed here to remove the delegation. Does that make sense?
Mr. Chair.
Okay, let me take them in line here. Okay,
I-
Trustee Reichardt.
I like this a lot. I mean, after hurricanes, I mean, all it would take is knocking down all our phones and internet for us not to be able to meet for 7 days. I mean, there's plenty of things, hurricanes, you know, various other things, you know, electricity blackout, like the winter storm. There's various things that are going to, that have the potential to happen that would make it just completely impossible for us to be able to get a quorum together and actually meet for 5 of us to be able to get together and meet. And this only waives it for 7 days. And I don't want to get into a situation where we get in trouble with Public Information Act things because we were unable to delegate it to the chancellor in this way. So for those reasons, I support this change.
Thank you.
Trustee Reichardt took the words out of my mouth. Word for word for word. I also do not want to get into any legal situations or anything like that. That's not my role. That's why we have a CEO of the system. But I do think that piece about, you know, being able to convene during that time during a disaster is very important as well. So I'm in agreement with what we have here as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Any other comments from any other trustees at this point? I certainly understand Trustee Flowers' position. This is a vote at a committee level that ends up going to a full board vote, correct?
Correct.
I would tend to err on the side of moving this to the full board and addressing it at that level. And if the majority of the board feels like moving ahead with this policy, then we could. If the majority of the board at that time decides that we would rather retain the authority per Dr. Flowers' suggestion, we can make that decision at that level. So I'm going to move forward with it. Trustee Flowers?
Yeah, please finish your statement. I just want you to know I have another comment.
Oh, sure, and certainly be able to. So it would be my position at this point to to vote on it, move it to the full board for a vote at that point. But I certainly want to entertain follow-up comments from Dr. Flowers at this point.
Thank you. Just for clarity, and so my inspiration with keeping things with the board, and perhaps I am off base in my understanding, but it appears that we got in a pickle, and when I say a pickle, in a very difficult situation legally when the COVID pandemic hit. And it was around public information. It was related to a lawsuit. And it appears that the process on public information and protocol and systems, and I believe the authority was that of the chancellor to take care of that. But there was a lot of back and forth and different things we had to deal with associated with public information. And so that is my motivation in wanting to keep things with us. And as I do recall with COVID and when we've had a couple of catastrophes, during our time together, that we've been able to assemble, whether it was the governor suspending in person or whatever, accommodations had to be made. So I just wanted to share that I'm not just grabbing this out of the air. I'm speaking from my experience with the back and forth with the legal lawsuits, public information, buildings closed, couldn't get in. It was just a whole lot of issues around that we had to deal with.
You actually got ahead of me on that because I had that on my mind. You took those thoughts out of my mind, and I was going to address those.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me look to the left. And
No, I guess my what I'd like to say, though, that scenario would be ours as well. I mean, where are we going to get the data if there is then we become the people that will be dealing with that situation and trying to gather data that we don't have access to because of a situation. So unexpected disaster or what have you. So again, those are the things that I think we just need to consider that, when we're talking about this, and it could be very dangerous for us to try to assume the role of the administration.
Thank you, Dr. Metz.
Mr. Chair, just so I'm understanding this correctly, this is saying that if there were a mass hurricane, we lost our lost our Wi-Fi, et cetera, the board has the ability to suspend the Public Information Act, right?
Correct, yes.
But we have to act as a board.
Correct.
And so what this is saying, so let's say this happens. There's floods, hurricanes, everything. We can't get together as a board. Then we are legally liable for the Public Information Acts that we can't get to because we can't get to our phones and computers. So what this does is, in the event, if I'm understanding correctly, in the event of a disaster, it enables the chancellor to unilaterally suspend these Public Information Act and protects the school from any liability from people suing us saying, hey, when we had the hurricane last week, you were supposed to give me the public information request. If we cannot get together and meet as a board, we would be liable. So it protects the institution legally because it enables the chancellor to do it even if we can't get 5 people together to decide it. Is that correct?
That is correct. And if I could offer some clarification on the COVID-related suspension of the Open Meetings Act, HCC was not the only institution that had some confusion around that. At that time, the Attorney General posted some information on their website saying that these days don't count as business days. And so there was no suspension required there because of the guidance that was provided by the Attorney General. So in that situation, the board didn't act to suspend the Open Meeting Act. The Chancellor didn't act to suspend, the Public Information Act, because we were acting on guidance from the Attorney General's office. The purpose, I think, of these amendments is to clarify the situations in which it is appropriate, because they added some definition here of what constitutes a catastrophe that would justify the suspension of the Public Information Act. So I think these 2021 amendments were in part in response to that scenario, which was a scenario across the state. Lots of entities struggled with that. So that's part of the reason here. But you are correct, because if you remember when we were meeting remotely, that was also because the Attorney General had suspended portions of the Open Meetings Act. So if we were to have a catastrophe and there was no suspension of the Open Meetings Act, we would have to have a meeting with 5 board members physically present in order to act to suspend the Open Meetings Act, because that's the requirement of the Open Meetings Act that is in place absent a suspension. So I think
So it's protecting us from liability.
That's correct.
In the event that something happens, our cars don't work, or we cannot physically get to this building and have 5 people, it protects the school from liability, right?
That's correct, because if an institution does not respond timely to a Public Information
Right.
Act, then
There's
the Public
big-time
Information Act
consequences.
authorizes a lawsuit to mandamus that
Right.
entity to respond to the Open Meetings Act. So that is correct. It would allow a suspension of the Open Meetings Act if it was impossible for the board to meet to vote on such an item.
Thank you.
I just want to comment and clarify, because I understood that the changes were to protect us from what we experienced.
Correct. There was some
Okay.
additional clarification added to the statute.
Right.
And then on top of that, the administration has proposed this delegation to provide further.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that's what I understood. What I understood was correct.
Any other? Trustee Wilson?
In the board bylaws, is there a provision in case of an emergency about meeting a phone vote over emergency issues? And is there an exception in the board bylaws about not having to be there in person?
It's not in the board bylaws. The Open Meetings Act provides certain exceptions. There is a telephone exception, and I don't have that statute in front of me, so I can't say with certainty whether or not it would cover a catastrophe. But you can call an emergency meeting within an hour if you have a catastrophe. There's a flood or a hurricane or a situation like that requires immediate board action. But that would still require you to have a quorum of the board physically present in order to conduct that meeting.
You'd still have to be physically present?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
You don't have to be physically present in an emergency. You have to have quorum, but
You have to have a
can
quorum
it could be-
physically present.
Yeah, because that's what he was asking.
Yes, so there's a video conference exception to the Open Meetings Act, but for an institution that extends to, I think, 3 counties or fewer than 3 counties, you have to have a quorum of the board physically present in order for any members to participate remotely. You do need a quorum physically present, yes.
Okay, but let's say we were during COVID.
Yeah.
You don't have to have here physically. Now now that the governor lifted that, but if there's an emergency,
You would have to have a quorum physically present in order to take action.
unless the governor waives that, right?
Correct.
Other comments or questions at this point on this item? I think you got it? Yeah. Okay. All right, then. Let's
I'm not sure,
follow
Mr.
up.
Chair, apologies. I know Trustee Flowers had raised some concerns, but there wasn't a formal motion to amend the policy, and before you move on to a vote, I don't know what you were intending to do. I wanted to make sure if she intended to make a motion to amend I didn't hear that a motion was made.
Trustee Flowers, are you?
Didn't hear a motion because I didn't make one.
Fair enough.
My understanding from what I heard from the chair is that he stated he felt most comfortable with moving this item to the board for a vote so that everyone could weigh in, and that made him most comfortable. So that was my understanding as to where this was left.
That's a good understanding, and that's where I'm at this point. So with that being said, let's call for the vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 2 in favor, 1 opposing.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Moving on to item C. Approve approve proposed revisions to Articles A, B, C, D, and E of the board bylaws. This is an action item. Is there a motion?
So moved, Trustee Reichert.
Is there a second?
Second, Flowers.
Thank you, Dr. Flowers. I guess it says presenter, Dr. Vanderbilt Stallworth, but she's not here. I'm assuming that you will be presenting for this.
Yes, and the reason that we've listed Dr. Vanderbilt Stallworth on that item is because that's how it was presented in January, and we've moved it forward by a motion to postpone.
Correct.
So the item that is on the agenda today is the same. I did provide an additional attachment to address some typographical errors and also to identify the policies consistent with the discussion that we had at the last meeting, but those are highlighted in the additional attachment that you received. No further changes were made. I did have a discussion with the committee chair prior to the meeting about the effective date of these revisions if the committee would like to approve them to go into effect. Previously, we talked about several policies. I think there are 16 in total that would be impacted if these changes were approved. Because there are a few provisions in the bylaws right now that are proposed for removal that are not currently included in the policies, it was my recommendation that we delay the effective date of these revisions so that we could present those policies for approval. We're working on those revisions right now and intend to bring those to the committee in April. Some additional concerns were raised prior to the meeting today that if we get to April, those policy items are on the committee agenda and they're postponed or they're not approved, and we've got an automatic effective date for these bylaws revisions, that we could end up with that same gap that we're trying to avoid. So in order to address that, the solution that I proposed to the committee chair was that the board could postpone this item one more time to the April meeting so that we can present all of those at the same time, and then they would be approved to go into effect at the same time. So if the committee wants to move in that direction, that would require a motion to postpone as we did last time. If not, we can discuss the changes and an alternate solution to that.
Thank you, Ms. Mahalik. Any comments? Yes.
Mr. Chair, so just so that I understand, so all of this was done in the committee by the committee members, and the committee members are presenting this to us?
That's my understanding. This is because this is a carry forward from a prior meeting.
Well, we can't work together outside of the board. So we can't work together away from the board. So this is basically something Preda worked on with Melissa.
Well,
because we can't have.
I'm sure it was followed through the normal customary channels with our 3-member committee meetings where no two can talk to each other. So everything gets funneled through the board council.
I guess, yeah, because I mean, there's one trustee's name, and so I just want to make sure that this is a committee product that's coming forward.
I would have to answer by definition, every item that comes through a committee is by the committee.
And if I could clarify the process.
Okay.
I can provide
You know what, I think you understand what I'm saying. I've made my comments on how this works. And I will yield to the board council to follow through on that.
So this was an item that was requested by the previous committee chair. The bylaws were broken into sections with each committee member to review those sections independently without any discussion. All communications were sent directly back to board council in order to ensure that we were in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. So the section that's presented here, these revisions were prepared by the previous committee chair. I did review those for any legal concerns and discuss those with her and address those in the comments and in the document that you all see in front of you. But this was prepared by the previous committee chair. It was postponed at the last meeting, and under Robert's rules, if an item is postponed, you have to move it to that agenda and take it up on that agenda.
I guess, yeah, I guess because now it's a new chair, I guess, in a new committee, just something that, for me, it's just important because we're talking about changes here that ultimately impact a lot. And so it's not something you rush through. At all. And so that's my 2 cents. I'm not on the committee, but thank you for allowing me to express my thoughts regarding a situation like this that ultimately impacts us all.
Sure, and I appreciate your comments, Dr. Smith. And of course, I'll remind the board that everything ends up coming to a full board vote before anything is really enacted anyway. So,
Mr. Chair,
Trustee Reichart.
I'm sorry, were you the one who, if you wanted to postpone it until April, I am happy to make that motion. I was just wondering how you thought.
That was suggested to me, and I was in affirmation with that, so yes. And that way, it aligns everything together. I know that the misalignment or leaving a time period open, I first originally heard from you in a previous meeting, so I'm carrying through with that to make sure that we get these aligned, that they all come together and are synchronized. So that's my intention here.
I can make the motion now, right?
Trustee
I know
Wilson.
Trustee Wilson wanted to say something.
Sure, Trustee Wilson has a comment.
Trustee Flowers has a
Okay,
comment.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I yield to Trustee Wilson. I'll go after. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Wilson.
I'm new to the board, and, I know there's a lot of work that was done on this before, and this looks like a massive overhaul of our bylaws, and I haven't been able to, I've read it, but I haven't been able to wrap my head around it. And when you do something like this, what happens so often is there's unintended consequences that'll come up on, you thought you were doing something over here to make it happen, and it had some effect over there. And I am, as an alternate and as a regular board meeting, I would like to study it some more, but it's my personal, because I haven't had enough time to do it. And I don't want to do something that we have to undo and look at the whole thing. Thanks.
Thank you. Trustee Flowers.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Board Counsel, did you get the feedback from the other committee members? You said you split it up in 3 parts, and it seems as if you're sharing that you only heard back from one committee member, which was the then chair.
That's correct, and that's why we only have these 4 or 5 sections of the bylaws covered here, because we didn't have the proposed revisions to the remaining sections. So the previous committee's chair desire was to address this section, and then the new committee could address the remaining sections.
Did the other committee members express to you why they did not give you any comments, or did they find that there were just no changes necessary? What was the response? If it was agreed by the committee to work on it and to divide the work up, I'm just trying to understand why the other 2 committee members did not respond, or is it that they felt that everything is good and a response wasn't necessary?
Part of the issue was there was a change in the committee membership at the last minute, right before we intended to address these items, and so the work had to be reallocated, which is why you see that Trustee Vanderbilt Stallworth did so many of these sections, because of that change in the committee membership, and then it just became a timing issue. The committee chair.
So the change in the committee membership, that means we lost one of the committee members? Is that what we're referencing?
That's correct.
And so what about the other committee member that was a part of the initial?
I'll defer to Trustee Reichart. I believe she worked on part of these and just was concerned that she didn't have enough time to prepare, but I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Trustee Reichart.
So,
Yeah, there is absolutely no rush for this. This is something that needs to be done carefully, and so I wanted to see what the chair had recommended for recommendations, to see what road she was going down before I did my part. And I have a motion whenever we're next. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not done, and I still have questions, and I look forward to your motion, so we can keep the work moving. Board Counsel, when did the work begin with this committee with the bylaws? Was that November? Was it October? When did that work begin?
The initial, and I could go back and look at the minutes. I believe there was a report item initially on discussing the idea of an overhaul of the board bylaws. I think that discussion was in September of 2021. That was when it was first discussed. The desire at that time was for the committee members to review the bylaws and sort of decide which direction they wanted to go, and then send their thoughts and revisions to board counsel for review.
Okay, so from September, and we're now in February, I'm just trying to get an idea of timeline, and because by no means, no one should be rushed, and I agree with that. And I agree. This is a very important document because this document governs how we operate effectively and successfully as a board. And so we're looking at somewhere between September to February. And I did sit in, I'm not a member of the committee, but at the time, the previous committee, and I did sit in on that meeting. And it was my understanding that the work, and you correct me, Board Counsel, but largely what Trustee Vanderbilt Stallworth put on record was that these changes were largely removing policy from the bylaws, and I think you had explained that those policies had been added to bylaws at a time when we didn't have the policies, and subsequent to that, we do now have those, and so it's really not necessary to have the redundancy of having a policy and then having the policies repeated in our bylaws, and so it was my understanding that it was just largely the lifting of the policy out of bylaws. Is that correct?
That's correct. And so everything, as you've referenced, HCC adopted TASB policies in 2016. So that explains the repetition between the bylaws and the policies. There's nothing, with the exception of those provisions that I've highlighted as not currently being in policy, there's nothing that's recommended for removal from the bylaws that is not currently in board policy. And so in the additional attachment that I provided for today's meeting, I've specifically identified the policies where that language appears.
And thank you. And I felt that actually when I said it in the last meeting, I believe I even complimented you then. I thought you did a really good job in identifying, where the policies were and where we could find them and compare and see that, it was just apples and apples there. And so with that being said, of course, on one vote, I could definitely support these changes given the amount of time and work that it was given and the opportunity for the then committee to weigh in. That's all that I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Flowers.
Mr. Chair, and let me just ask Melissa, we received these were not received last year, these changes. These were received the week before the last committee meeting, right?
They were distributed with the committee agenda,
Okay.
which for the 19th, I believe, was distributed on the 11th of January,
Okay.
according to the timeline
Thank you.
required under the bylaws.
I didn't want to give the impression that we were sitting on these changes. We've only gotten these changes the week before this past.
Correct.
committee
And the
meeting.
work that occurred up until then, there was some back and forth between myself and the committee chair, identifying those provisions that are repeated in the policies and providing some sort of comparisons with other peer institutions, bylaws, and things like that. So there was some work going on behind the scenes there.
And the last committee meeting wasn't even the day of the last, it wasn't even a month ago, it was 2 weeks ago, right?
It was January 19th.
Right, so it was, because we moved that to the day of the actual meeting.
That's correct.
So we've had these changes like 3 weeks.
I think that's correct, yeah, without having a calendar in front of me. Can't say for certain, but yeah, that sounds right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
One additional question.
Okay, I got you in, I have you in the queue, Dr. Flowers. We got a few people here at the table. Trustee Loretto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to reiterate that I was on that previous committee, but I didn't see the work done. And I questioned that when do we get together as a committee to go over it because I know that our board chair put a lot of, our committee chair put a lot of work into it, and so we thank her for it, but we were not able to share it. We didn't get it, or I didn't get it. And so it wasn't until that actual day of the meeting that we had the information, and so we did need more time to go over it. And because I did have some questions about it, but so then I was glad when we said we would extend it, so that would give us more time to go over it. But I know that now that I'm not in that committee, I have questions as well. Now I have more questions.
Well, thank you.
So I appreciate if we can extend it, it won't hurt, so.
Okay, thank you.
Chair.
Yes, Dr. Lentgary.
Melissa did note that what provisions were moved to policy. That's duly noted, and Trustee Stallworth, she did a lot of work on this, and because we have new members, because the guards have changed, I think that time should be allotted to review this, so that we can all, be on the same page with this and understand. And no matter how much we go back and forth with it, I think the bottom line is we need to do what your recommendation is. And you are recommending that we postpone this. Is
Yes,
that correct?
actually, now I have 2 reasons to postpone it, so it's even better. That's right. Dr. Flowers.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate all of the comments and the different perspectives. And Dr. Laredo, thank you for weighing in. And this question is to board counsel. With process, it sounds like we're at this crossroads because of process. And when you're working with the chair, I guess moving forward, and as you did with Trustee Stallworth to get to this place in the work, and I'm hearing the other members of that committee saying they didn't have privilege of that information. Is there not a process that as work is in process and in progress and is coming to you, that you can disseminate and give updates to the other committee members individually to say, hey, this is where we are, kindly review and weigh in, and then you share that information back with the chair? It sounds like with committee work that we've got to refine the process. Maybe there are those of you who might say there's no rush here and we've got time, but we have to also acknowledge that there will come a time when it is a rush and we will need to make a decision. But if the process is not properly defined on how the committees can get the work done effectively, then we're going to continue to be met with this crossroads. So if you can, Melissa, help me understand, how can a committee work so that we're not dealing with this situation where they're saying, someone was working on it since September, but they didn't get it until December, and they've had 2 weeks. And so it's not fair to them. So what can we do about this?
So to clarify, we did share, so I received the changes from Trustee Vanderbilt Stallworth. I can't recall the date. I reviewed them for any legal concerns, and I did share them with the other committee members at that time. That was in January. I didn't receive the proposed revisions until that date. We can certainly put a formal process in place for board recommended, revisions to bylaws and things like that. We don't currently have anything now, but it is our concern here with having informal communications between committee members is that your committee meetings are governed by the Open Meetings Act. So a conversation between 2 committee members constitutes a quorum of the committee. So for that reason, the chair would send a communication to the committee members, and they would respond directly to board counsel rather than responding to all, to avoid any Open Meetings Act concerns. So there was communication going on. The committee members did receive information. As soon as I had that, I shared that with the committee members.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Trustee Reichardt.
I move to postpone this item until the April Board Governance Committee meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second?
You can second, by the way.
Trustee Flowers, would you like to second that? Okay.
Sir.
I'm sorry. Well, I'll second it then. So it's been moved and seconded to postpone this item to the next regularly scheduled committee meeting. If that's the case, can we put up a vote, Sharon?
Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me create that motion.
Let me have some hold music.
We're voting on a motion to postpone this item.
Yes, the motion is to postpone the item until the next Board Governance Committee meeting in April.
That's correct. I would say the next regularly scheduled Board Governance Committee meeting, whenever that may be. If it's April, then it may be. If we have one sooner, it'll be sooner.
Got it.
Voting is open. And
Voting has concluded.
thank you.
The motion passed with a vote of 2 in favor and 1 opposing.
Okay. Before I adjourn the meeting, I want to have a quick recess. I need to confer, council. Okay, the meeting is back in session. There's no other matters before the meeting. A couple things. I want to thank the board chair for allowing me to be chair of this committee, and I look forward to working with the chair and the board leadership on moving forward in whatever we want to do in this committee this year. I also want to take a moment to reflect on the 2 officers in Virginia who died the other day doing their duty, protecting students at their college. And it was safety officer J.J. Jefferson and police officer John Painter. And I want to make note of that. I'm sorry that they had to lose their lives in the performance of their duty. That being said, this committee is adjourned at 2:49 p.m.
This meeting of the External Relations Committee for February 2nd, 2022 has now come to order at. This meeting of the External Relations Committee for February 2nd, 2022 has now come to order at.
2:50 p.m.
Relations Committee for February 2nd, 2022 has now come to order at. 2:50 p.m. Committee for February 2022 has now come to order at.
Got feedback.
Okay. Did you all get that echo?
I did.
Do we need to repair something with IT? Because this is just now starting to happen as I try to chair this meeting.
We hear it here too.
Yes, if we could recess to give us opportunity to review the issue.
I think they're going to work on it, Trustee Flowers.
Give us opportunity to review the issue. Dr. Flowers, if we could recess the meeting?
Yes, of course.
As the presiding chair, you would need to call the recess.
Yes, of course. Yes, I am calling a recess. I am calling a recess of the External Relations Committee until we work out the technology glitch. I am calling a recess of the External Since the meeting was called to order, and we recessed, we're just calling the meeting back to order at
3:05 p.m.
And I would like to say in an effort to catch us back up because we are behind, the chair will entertain a motion to postpone this report item until the next committee meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All right. No need to vote on that, so we're going to go ahead and adjourn the External Relations Committee meeting at
If there's a motion in a second, we do need-
3:05.
We do need to vote. There was a motion in a
Okay,
second.
let's vote.
Give me 1 second, let me pull up the motion. And we, okay, we are ready to vote on the motion. Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 3-0.
Thank you, Sharon. This now concludes the External Relations Committee meeting at
3:06 p.m.
Thank you. This is Trustee Flowers. I cannot see the boardroom. Thank you.
Okay, this meeting of the Marketing Committee for February 2nd will now come to order at,
3:07 p.m.
as for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Adriana Tames. I'm Chair of the Marketing Committee for 2022. It's an ad hoc committee. The committee members are Trustees Robert Glazier, Dave Wilson, and our alternate is Trustee Eva Laredo. Currently at the dais is myself and Trustee Glazier. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizens form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with board services. At this time, there are no citizens that are signed up to speak before the Marketing Committee on today. We are now ready to discuss and have a presentation, Chancellor, on our marketing progress for the fall of 21 and the spring of 2022.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to be expedient, with your permission, I'll turn the floor over to Vice Chancellor for Communication, Marketing, and Government Relations, Ramel Young, to step us through the presentation. And I'm sure the board will be impressed with the progress we've made in marketing. Mr. Young.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Dr. Maldonado, members of the committee, just get the presentation up here. Good day to everyone.
Good afternoon.
Okay. So the last time we were before you, we were talking about our marketing efforts with regard to the fall campaign. And what you haven't seen is, and what you haven't received is an update on those. So we'll talk a little bit about the marketing efforts from a fall 2021 campaign perspective, and then talk to you about the current campaign, the spring 22 campaign. There's a lot been going on in the marketing space. Earlier, we talked about the online services that we're providing through Dr. Ford Fisher's area, and in a couple of days, if not already up, you'll see online marketing being advertised on the billboards. We have 5 billboards in and around the city. So I'll stop there, and let me acknowledge, if you don't mind, Steve Lesterjet. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to meet Steve, but Steve is in our marketing area, and he brings an extensive amount of experience from the community college sector. He's been diligently working with us. We have 2 firms that are working with us on our marketing efforts, both Deitzer and Gilbreth. And so with that being said, I'm going to ask Catherine if she'll step forward as we walk through the fall 2021 campaign, and we'll give you an update on that.
Thank you to the trustees and the committee. Happy to be here today. And thanks for Mel and Steve. So the objectives of the fall campaign are drive recruitment, increase retention, increase regard, increase business and community partnerships, and drive philanthropic support through innovative measures. And what you're about to see here, I just wanted to kind of frame it, is this is our umbrella campaign. So this is our high-level tactics that go across the district. They're supported fundamentally by the communications directors at each of the colleges who employ other tactics to drive awareness of each of the districts and the communities they serve. So that's an important aspect, that we're true partners with the communications directors at the colleges as well as the overall communications department here at the district. So I just wanted to frame that to let you know that this is not all that's going on. There's a lot of other stuff going on as well. So the next slide. Our fall campaign had many messages because, we were coming off of COVID. During 2020, what we did, for those of you, just to update you, we did a lot of pivots in messaging and that kind of thing to let folks know, students know we're here for them online in flexible formats and that kind of thing. And so with fall, we really were focusing on our theme of for everyone, anytime, anyway, to let them know whether it's in person, online, flexible options again. And so we were targeting workforce and academics in a variety of ways in English and Spanish. Messages like get the skills to get hired, the training you need to get hired for workforce, and then academics, college credits you need, college your way, online, on campus, in both. And so these are just a few examples of the online and paid social assets. We also had television and radio as well. In addition, outdoor, as Ramel mentioned, we have 5 boards throughout the HCC district. One you can actually see from this building. And then the others, really, one is close to northeast, one's close to northwest, one's close to southeast, and one's close to southwest. These 5 boards get approximately 224 million views annually. And so we feel that this is an important aspect of our campaign. And those impressions, I'll mention, are not included in this little page on this report. This gives you a high-level overview of the results. From an impression standpoint, we garnered over 36 million total eyes on our entire fall campaign, and our overall campaign performed above industry benchmark. What we do is we partner again with the communications team here and put pixels on the website, and so that's how we are able to track these ads and assets. And so from that, we got close to 100,000 clicks to the HCCS URL. In addition, more than 3 million folks played a portion of one of the video or radio spots. And I've got Sandra Den on the line on Zoom, and she's our media partner. And so if we have any questions, she can answer them when we're finished. But now I want to turn it over to Robin at Gilbreth. She was our partner on a multicultural campaign. And Robin, just tell me when to advance the slides, and I'll be happy to. Okay.
1 second. Thank you, Catherine. Really appreciate that. The multicultural campaign was a campaign that we talked about in our local communities. We identified that we're not doing as much as that we could in certain communities. So what we did was we created a multicultural campaign to touch these people exactly where they were in their communities, in their respective communities. So some of the things that you'll see from Gilbreth, who helped us with our multicultural campaign, are inside the community, where people reside in the Hispanic community, where people reside in the African American community, and other multicultural, that demographic. And so, Robin, if you would, please provide a little context for us on that. Chris, can you pull that back up for me?
Hello, everyone.
We're not.
Robin.
Okay, thank you. Go right ahead, Robin. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Robin Wright Harris. I am with Gilbert Communications. My apologies for not being able to present to you in person. I am being quarantined with COVID case in my house, so I apologize for that. If there's a little cough in between here and now. But we've joined on with the Watusi Community College and Dicer campaign to promote and to educate among more of a multicultural audience, inclusive with African Americans and Hispanics. And so what you'll see in these following slides is a opportunity for us to connect on different mediums to connect with those different audiences in a very strategic way, mostly based upon zip codes where we saw a higher population among African Americans and Hispanics near the campuses, very strategically done to be specific to working around promoting directly with them where we weren't doing any overlapping with the current campaign that was already being put in motion. So our campaign lasted towards the end of your fall campaign from July 15th to September 30th. And if we can go on to the next slide there. What you see here is a digital media targeting multicultural audience is one of our first mediums. Well, what we did here is targeted from a mobile display, podcast, POS, digital screens, and cable streaming. We did mobile display targeting, again, specific zip codes, behaviors, things of that nature around the African-American Hispanic market only. We also did something that was unique to this multicultural campaign was the POS digital screens, which we positioned within zip codes given by Houston Community College that saw a very high increase or a visibility opportunity in front of African American Hispanics throughout their community. So in certain local bodegas, corner stores, grocery stores, things of that nature, you would see advertising in those communities. So very community-based, very focused around that. We also looked around podcasts, which is a huge opportunity at podcasting now, which saw a huge increase around podcasts during COVID while we were under quarantine as an entire state. So we saw an uptake with viewership among the African American Hispanic audiences, and saw where there's opportunity to do some advertising there specific to zip codes aligned with podcasts that were highly listened to within those zip codes by African American Hispanics. So again, very strategically done, very focused and driven towards those communities. We also worked on the cable streaming with specific programs such as programs on BET, Lifetime, Freeform, not just the network itself, but also particularly programs that showed high presence among African American Hispanics. So these are the digital platforms that we focused in on, again, not wanting to overlap with the current general market campaign. We can go on to the next one. In addition to that, we also worked within our community to work with some of the local newspapers and radio stations to work on Asian, Hispanic, and Hispanic communities along the way. So some of your, you will recognize some of the publications, but like La Sabasta, Que Onda, Indo-American News, radio station Be It Radio, 1560 AM. We utilize these platforms to reach the Asian and Hispanic markets. And sorry, I meant to include that we did reach Asian market as well for both digital and for the we'll move forward to the next slide. And these aren't grouped for any particular reason. It was just to condense the slides and to give you an overview of where we placed media for Houston Community College. We also placed an LGBTQI and African American audiences along with Outsmart, Montrose Star, African American News and Issues, Forward Times, The Defender, DMARS. These are some of our more local multicultural platforms that's inclusive with the audience that we were trying to reach. Next slide. And to really just give you an overview, touch point on how this campaign did over those months, we were able to reach a total of almost over 8.5 million impressions. Again, the digital multicultural targeting reached over 4.7 million audiences on the digital multicultural targeting. And then for Asian and Hispanic print media, we reached a little bit over 1.9 million. And for the LGBTQI and African American print media, we reached a little over 1.8 million. Overall total clicks, which is very good for a campaign of this nature, for the time frame and with the specifications in terms of who we were targeting, being very strategic in that. The click-through rate saw 11,937 from the digital campaign. Some of the things that we did with the print media, we also included digital as well. So there was a few email blasts, opportunity to go to their website and click on the ads from there as well. So that's why we included them in the total clicks. Just a little points here to kind of highlight for you. Activities, HCC landing page reached about 1,100, saw about 1,100 clicks to the page, with activity going beyond learning more information. Future HCC Eagle 159, request more information button 65, apply and enroll button 18, and the new student request information form, as you can see, was 6. Future student button was 1. So we see that the highest performing one was the landing page to the HCC page. In addition to that, we saw a strong click-through rate, performing industry average above the 0.1% average. For a campaign this small with the dollars that we had, I think we know that that campaign really executed and did really, really well. So we were really proud of that in that case. We also saw a good amount of activity on the landing page, which again, you can see activities on the chart next to it, with over 1,300 activities happening within that short time frame. So overall, the campaign did really, really well. The multicultural campaign touched and met the goals that the campaign had set forth for that time frame. And that concludes the multicultural portion of the.
Thank you, Robin. We appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Any questions for Robin? Well, Catherine, if you don't mind continuing.
Sure. Thanks, Robin.
Thanks again, Robin. We appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem. Again, sorry for not being able to attend. I was planning on being there.
Thank you.
Speedy recovery, you and your family.
Thank you.
Thanks, Robin. So now we are on to spring 2022. Thanks, Ramel. As Robin mentioned, we've got a lot of target audiences, and you'll see some of the messages that have been running for spring, but just a few of them, because if we showed them all, we'd be here all afternoon, because we've got so many specific target audiences for Houston Community College. High school seniors not enrolled in post-secondary institutions, parents, influencers, grandparents, very important target. Adult learners, adults 25 to 45, senior learners, dislocated workers, dual credit students, veterans and dependents, and international students. You know, I think with COVID, and we've heard people changing jobs, changing careers, it makes HCC that much more relevant to Houstonians. So our campaign ran October through January, in a variety of formats, which I'll share with you on the next page. And our campaign objectives: increase enrollment, that is the key. Build brand recognition and regard. Educate prospective students on our programs and many, many, many course offerings. And really looking at how to capture students from competing colleges, not just locally, but we're now competing online everywhere with proprietary schools and others. So that means that we need to be smarter about what we do and who we target. And so our campaign really is looking at linear television, streaming TV and audio, display, paid social, retargeting, and search engine marketing, really trying to be where our students are. Our enrollment strategy, I already talked about the flighting. It was really October to January, talked about our target audiences. And our market really is the HCC service area, our key ISD zones, our competitors, and growth opportunities in the Houston market. We took kind of a different tactic with the campaign this year, really looking for a fresh approach. And we came up with this concept called Frame Your Future. You know, how can HCC help frame your future as we're looking to get out of COVID and as we're looking to all the opportunities out there for students. And I want to thank Ramel and a bunch of people from the communications team who all got together with us late summer and helped us do a casting call of HCC students and former students. And I'll tell you, we didn't have a lot of time, and they didn't have a lot of time to submit our information because we were really wanting to get this campaign produced in an awesome way. But the outpouring of support by HCC students was amazing. We got about 150 students who took videos of themselves and submitted them. And why is that? Because they wanted to tell their story. They wanted to explain why they love HCC and why HCC impacted their life. From those, we reviewed all of them and worked with the communications team and Ramel and others, and chose 15 students to feature in this campaign. But the other videos we can use on social media and in other ways to feature these students' stories. And so the 15 students, some of whose faces you see on the screen right now, represent the rich diversity that is HCC in terms of age and ethnicity, and really represent everything from the 18-year-old wanting to go to college to the person who's older going back to school. So it was an amazing experience to work on the campaign, and these are examples of some of the English and Spanish online ads.
Are these they're the billboards?
Yes, and then these are the billboards, same 5 locations. We just changed out the vinyls, and as Ramel mentioned, as we realize how many folks are excited about online college, we're about to change out the vinyls again with the online college messages. Mm-hmm. So you'll be seeing those within the next month, because it's an awesome opportunity to promote all the offerings that online college has.
The billboards from the fall, I mean, people compliment them. There's something about them that just draws you. I don't know if it was the colors, but even these colors, there's a white background, but they're just catchy. You know, they catch your attention. And people have told me that they're really cool. And I guess that's what we're wanting to do, you know, as well.
That's great. That's wonderful feedback. They are cool. I think they're cool.
That's good to hear from the young folk. But
right.
even when you get the older folks saying that,
right.
Now come register.
Right, exactly. Register, yeah. So now this is where I might need, Chris, your help.
So Chris, we need your help here if you don't mind.
We're going to just play, we had multiple English and Spanish spots, but we were going to play one English spot and one Spanish.
How you see your options can change in a minute. Houston Community College helps you find your path with over 200 programs that lead to real jobs. Enroll today for spring classes and frame your future with HCC.
English and Spanish.
La forma en la que ves tus opciones puede cambiar en un minuto. Houston Community College te ayuda a encontrar tu camino con más de 200 programas que te abren oportunidades a puestos de trabajo. Inscríbete hoy para las clases de primavera y enfoca tu futuro con HCC.
Excellent.
And again, these are our students. I mean, they look like actors. They were beautiful, beautiful people, and with beautiful, amazing stories that, again, they were excited to tell. And so this is some high-level data of where we are right now. It's not complete yet, just since January just ended. And so where we are right now is about over 33 million impressions, 126,763 clicks to the website, and over 1 million views or listens to at least a portion of the video or radio ads. So again, we feel very confident that this campaign was a success. Again, with all the things that Gilbreth has done to complement the fall campaign and all that the communications folks on the ground at the colleges are doing to make an impact as well.
Trustees, thank you. Any questions? We're here to entertain any questions you may have. I'll mention one thing before you ask questions. I had an opportunity to sit down and talk with Senator Cornyn's person on Thursday in preparation for us going to D.C. on next week. And as I was sitting there, there was a HCC pamphlet, because I was taking in Dr. Maldonado the talking points that we'll give to the board. And this person came up to me and said, "Oh, HCC," and they were really excited. And you know, we come to our jobs every day to do what we do, but that's why we're here. We were having a meeting with Dr. Maldonado at a particular location, and we were ordering lunch, and a person came over and she started talking to me about HCC. I'm like, the guy on the end of the table, go tell him. It just happened to be you, Dr. Maldonado. But that's why we're here. And so with the things that we're doing here, we know that there's more that can be done here. We're in a difficult time. COVID-19 is the intervening factor that challenges all of us. But what I believe we have is committed people to do what it is we need to do to ensure that the people of the community have access to higher education here at HCC. And what you see here today is just a figment of what we've poured into it with our creativity, our hearts and soul, to serve the very people who come up to us at a table as we're having lunch to say HCC. So with that, any questions you may have, we're here to answer those, and we look forward to working with you and making this campaign even greater.
Great presentation and update, especially on the contact and the results of that you're sharing with us, which is what we want to know, right? In the end, it's the bottom line. Trustee Laredo, and then.
Hello. Yes, thank you for the great presentation. I had a request. I know that we're past the 50-year mark, and so we're not using 50 anymore, but for the future, I think that it'd be great if we put just 50 and a plus. So people that are new, to Houston know that we have been here 50 years. Hey, we paid our dues, so it'd be good to just put a little plus up there and still use a 50.
Consider yourself on the creative team, Trustee. We got you covered.
That's my request.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. And one more, I'm sorry, one more thing to you. It's true what you say, you know, it's when they see us with some logos, it says HCC on our shirt, on our cap, on our sweater. They come to us and say, you work for HCC, and they want to know questions and who they can call and where they can go to be students. So yeah, we're good walking billboards as well, so thank you.
Definitely.
I just want to say thank you also for the presentation, and the notable points are just really great. That's some feel-good points. They really are, and I really appreciate it. But I just want to add another piece to your marketing,
yes.
And that's Trustee Laredo, because everywhere she goes, she's recruiting. You be looking for her, and she's in the corner talking to somebody. Well, you've been to school? If not, you need to come to HCC. Yes. You know, she was recruiting small kids in the parade who were like 2 and 3 years old. So, I mean, she's giving them a jump on their education, and I think it's great. Yes. And our logo does get attention, you know, because the last time I was in the hospital, I had on an HCC shirt, and the technician who did my MRI was so excited because he said, I went to HCC. You know, you work there? I'm like, no, I'm on the Board of Trustees. He didn't know what that was, but, you know, and most of the time people don't, but it still made me feel good because he was excited to identify, you know, with my HCC jacket, you know. But so thank you guys.
Thank you. We appreciate you all, and thank you for listening to us.
I did want to ask my colleagues about your mailers. If you had any, are you okay with how that's moving in terms of what's going out to your communities? Everyone's okay with that? I know we've worked hard to try to make sure that we get to our respective communities, because that's another way of marketing, a huge way to market our colleges. I just want to make sure if anyone had any.
But since you said that, Dr. Tamez, I appreciated the fact that Blake and Monique, I mean, we collaborated, and I just felt comfortable with what they were putting together.
And the questions they were asking us about what we want to see.
They asked good questions.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Trustee Glazer?
I'm still waiting, so.
Oh, you're waiting on yours?
I've talked to them, but I think unless I know different, I believe the ball's in their court on that, so I'll wait to hear from them.
Yeah, because we should be ready.
We'll go to market together, so everybody, and the intent is to speak with everyone before we
Launch.
launch, and
Launch
to make sure people are comfortable with what we have put together.
All right. Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Well,
Yes. Trustee Flowers?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, great presentation, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate Madam Chair's question about the mailers. And I'm trying to recall, did we ever get the feedback? We talked, Ramel, and I don't know if it was with you or whom. There were some great suggestions and points made by several trustees about the mailing of the newsletters and information, doing more direct mail and doing a more refined condensing of mail lists to make certain that we're hitting addresses. We're not sending 3 pieces to one address.
Right.
There's where we talked about, I guess, registered voters or something. It was a huge discussion, and the points made by the trustees were really good because I hadn't thought about it. And I think there were some next steps with that, and I don't know how that ties in with this and with those newsletters that we're working with board services to get done.
I recall each of those points that you raised, Madam Trustee, and we will ensure that all of those are checked. We'll check the box on each of those. I feel comfortable that we have, but we'll confirm that we have.
The other piece as well, Ramel, I don't know if we've talked, did you have anything else, Trustee Flowers?
Well, yes. Well, what I'm wanting to know, I guess, in checking the box is how would that information come back to us as to what the research was? Because I think there was a lot of discussion about costs and expenses and about the direct mail piece. But we do know we're guaranteeing when we can get a mailer to a household that we're really having those touch points. We do digital and all of these things in billboards, and we see impressions, but it's really hard to know that, to really quantify that it touched a life, right? So how will we know where we are with this and what the, I guess, the fallout was in terms of refining that so that we can have a better direct impact as opposed to just buying a mail list? Because I think it was like generic list. It was something around that line. And I would have to go back to that board meeting or the minutes to really know in detail how it was expressed.
Madam Chair, we can circle back. I recall we did a write-up on it, and so we can, and whatever the write-up says, we can, if there's something we need to adjust, we're happy to make adjustments where it's appropriate.
Let's do that.
If that's okay, we're happy to do that.
The other piece that I want to make sure that we are doing is the electronic version of our newsletters. It's really big, it's important for me, and I know we've talked about it for a couple of years. We've got to make sure that these newsletters.
I got the thumbs up from the back.
Okay, because launching for me as the chair of this ad hoc committee is the way the newspaper presents itself and the information we're getting out, and also the electronic version.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Thank you.
Trustee Glazer.
Appreciate the presentation, a lot of information on where, results from, I guess, the money we're spending and targets we're aiming for. Do our new hires that we're putting in the schools, does this fall under this umbrella of marketing? Or we're going to get a report on these folks?
I'm thinking you're talking about the advisors.
Yes. Is that going to fall under marketing or something else? Because I always thought of their purposes as marketing with regard to end goal being increasing enrollment.
So while not directly under the division of communications, we work closely with Dr. Graves in her area and student services. In building the campaign, we're talking to them to assess what the need is based upon their vantage point.
Okay.
In fact, not just Dr. Graves are we talking to, we're talking to people throughout the organization. But to your question, don't report directly to the communications division, rather to Dr. Graves' area.
Okay.
Yes,
I just want to find out where I would hear a report on the results of their activities, because we're all aiming for increased enrollment. You mentioned in this presentation, although it's not stated as a specific goal in the presentation. Now, does branding fall under marketing? Is that something different, or is that part of marketing? I'm not a marketing expert.
Part of marketing.
If it does, then
I'll let you
Yes,
speak to
it
it
does.
does.
It does,
Therefore,
yeah.
I'd like to see how we're planning on branding our online college I'd mentioned before, because that's a different animal than, and I see us targeting, you mentioned different demographics. I'd like to see us focus on students that are most likely to come here, students that are most likely to succeed. We can identify those type of students as well, not just by what we painted here in this presentation. So, in my business, if I'm marketing and with my goal to increase business, I'm going to reach out to the folks that I can most likely, that are going to most likely benefit from my services. And I think that we need to at least keep that in focus too. I mean, we can reach out to lots of demographics, but the bottom line is we want to reach out to people that are going to benefit from our institution. Reality is everybody doesn't benefit from our institution. I mean, everybody's not going to come here. So we want to focus our resources on the most likely outcomes so that we can benefit them and economize our resources on what we're actually doing. I mean, I understand our purpose is to make sure that our doors are open and we offer opportunities to many folks that wouldn't have other opportunities. But we want to make sure that we're offering, that we're putting our face in front of folks that have a realistic, we want folks that are going to benefit from us.
We concur.
And I look forward to, seeing these type of activities, and also, marketing campaigns that might have some type of link in them, so when people register, when people enroll here, we can figure out where they heard from us. Did they hear from a neighbor? Did they see a billboard? Did they get an ad? Or did they see something in one of these small newspapers or something? Because that way we get some feedback. Is that money well spent? Because we only have so many resources, so we want to prioritize and maximize the yield out of what we have. So I look forward to hearing more on that and what, getting feedback on that. So again, appreciate all the hard work. I know we keep taking it up level after level, and that's good because that's what we need to do. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Glazer. One more thing also on the print for the Hispanic population. La Subasta is no longer in business, number one.
Okay.
So we need to make sure we wipe that out or double check it, but I'm 98.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, 99.1%.
And that was back in the fall, so you're
They're
on
out
point.
of business, so
Yeah.
you're down to one, which, Que Onda is all over the place.
Yeah.
But there's others out there as
Yes.
well. This is not enough in terms of the print piece that people do pull out and read. So just wanted to make sure.
We're committed to it.
Yep. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I may, you made a good point. And since you just said that, Ramel, please check with all the issues and make sure they're in print. COVID has taken a lot of folks out of business. And so if this is a presentation that was from the fall, she makes a good point. Let's check and find out what those alternative media pieces are that we can utilize.
And just for comfort level, it's part of the reason we engage Gilbert to do because they're connected to the folks who are actually doing that work. And so we'll be conscious of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you all.
Thank you. Have a great day, everyone.
All right. Bye-bye. Thank you. Okay. This meeting is now adjourned at,
3:43 p.m.
thank you.
I'm
3:43 p.m.
sorry, I cannot hear. The microphone is not on.
Okay, sorry about that, Trustee Flowers. Okay, can you hear me better now? Okay,
Yes, I can. Thank you.
all right. This one. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Cynthia Lynn Gary, Board Chair for 2020. We'd also like to acknowledge the other officers for 2022. Elected as Vice Chair, Trustee Monica Reichart, and Secretary, Trustee Eva Laredo. We look forward to a great year of accomplishments as we continue to provide educational and workforce opportunities for our students and our community. and we're going to do our very best to work as a unit. That is our major goal for this year. Now we'll have opportunity for public comments. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizens form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Service Office. Time allotted for each citizen or organization shall be limited to 4 minutes. The board may stop any speaker who makes, complaints against a specific trustee or employee, or comments about their appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a specific employee, and may require the speaker to resume his or her comments in closed session as permitted under the personnel exception to the Open Meetings Act. The following individual has signed up to appear before the board. Mr. Ray Charles Jones, are you present?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Board of Trustees. I have a list of things I want to read to you that I was working on with Trustee Ronnie Jones. But before I start reading, I want to say this. For those of you who supported having a special election, the community wants to thank you. And tell you not to be concerned about what is being said in the media or wherever about District 2. Now, the things I'm going to read to you are the things that I was working on, I said, with our trustees, and these are some of the things I would like to see y'all continue to do. The North Forest community would like to ensure the board is monitoring the progress former trustees were making on our neighborhood campus. All of you are aware of the inquiries associated with the facilities, funding, coursework, staffing at North Forest. In the absence of representation, we would like to public update monthly on District 2. The date should include progress of corrective projects in progress and completed. It should include staff course, often and budget update. It would be read at the regular monthly board meeting. Should be posted on the website, updated timely. It is now your responsibility to keep the community informed, caretakers for District 2. Please ensure reports including but not limited to the following special updates as well. Workforce, building, open ceiling, and lower height. Courtyard and north of workforce building. No drain property as well as part of the parking lot, courtyard. Walking south of workforce building, not protected from weather element. The administration building does not provide privacy to students while in the student service area. Automotive building does not have parked garage doors leading to the mechanic space. The community room audio does not correspond to the existing visual system. Shell space built out for academy program. Tools and equipment need proper text. All circumstances, courses beginning offers current comprehensive list of programs offered by category, academy, workforce, certification, and others. Enrollment. Projects are actually indicated enrollment for all campus offices. Correct staffing and vacancy. Budget allocated and monthly balance and expenses. Please consider this public information request for record. If you need, I am happy to provide a written copy to any party that requires it in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
You.
And if you don't mind, Mr. Jones, could you share that with board services? Because I'd like a copy.
Will I share it with?
Yes,
Yes,
sir,
I will.
please. Okay. There are no more people signed up to speak. So we will move to topics for discussions. Is there a motion for item A, approve resolution recognizing Representative Jim Murphy, Texas State House of Representatives, District 133? Excuse me.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, the motion has been moved in second. We will now discuss the item. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We bring forward for the board's approval this afternoon a resolution recognizing Representative Jim Murphy, Texas House of Representatives, District 133. He is ending a long career of service in the Texas legislature. He's in his 7th term, and Representative Murphy serves as the chairman of the House Committee on Higher Education, sits on the Ways and Means Committee, and is the chairman of the House Republican Caucus and the chairman of the Harris County Legislative Delegation. Prior to serving in the Texas legislature, Representative Murphy twice was elected to the Houston Community College Board of Trustees, where he dedicated his efforts to student success and served as HCC board chair in 2003 on the confidence of his fellow trustees. He's been a longstanding friend to HCC during his tenure, both as an HCC governing board member and during his time in the legislature, and has been a friend and always been supportive of helping the institution. Administration recommends the board approve the resolution recognizing Representative Murphy.
We will now vote on item A. Okay, anybody? I was going to let him comment after we voted. I apologize for that. You can comment before. Any comments? Any comments?
Thank Representative Murphy for his service in Austin and at this board prior to his service in Austin. And he was chair of the Higher Ed Committee last session, and we really appreciate the opportunity to work with him during that session. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Trustee Flowers?
Yes, just want to say thank you to Representative Murphy for tremendous service to our community, extending himself to service both locally and at the state level.
Any other comments? Trustee Laredo?
I had the opportunity to meet him when I first came on board several years ago, and he was always very accommodating to HCC when we would go up to the state, and always asked us if there was anything that we needed, that please look him up or call his office. So that was great. So we thank him for his friendship to HCC and for his service to the state.
Anyone else? Well, I don't know State Representative Murphy, but just reading about him, it's obvious that he's had an impeccable career in public service. And I just want to say thank you for your service, and I'm honored to vote to approve a resolution for him, recognizing him. Yes.
Yes, as well, thank you, Representative Murphy, for your service, and congratulations on your retirement.
Any more comments? Okay, so now we can move to vote.
Karen, that's yes for me.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 8-0.
Okay, we will move to item B. Is there a motion to approve item B, order calling a special trustee election for District 2, authorizing one or more contracts with Harris County for election services and containing other provisions related thereto?
So moved. Second.
It has been moved in second. We will now have discussion regarding this item. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're asking the board to adopt an order calling a special trustee election for trustee District 2, authorizing one or more contracts with Harris County for election services and containing other provisions related thereto. And the reason for this is the calling for the special election of District 2 trustee.
Any questions or comments before we vote? Okay, we will now vote on item B.
That's yes for me, Sharon.
Okay, receive. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7 in favor and no oppositions and one abstaining, I'm sorry. So the vote is 7-0-1.
Okay. We will now vote on item C. No, I'm sorry. Is there a motion to approve item C, personnel agenda?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved in second. We will now have discussion regarding this item. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, I'm bringing forward to you my recommendation to approve the contract for Marshall Hines to be our next to permanently fill the position of Senior Vice Chancellor, Finance Administration, and Chief Financial Officer and Business Officer. I interviewed the candidates in April of 2021, and I'm bringing forward my recommendation for the best candidate for the position that we need. You all have seen Marshall's work and the quality of his work and budget presentations, his extensive knowledge in managing properties and in working with technology and safety. And I I'm very enthusiastic about the work that Marshall will be doing for us, and I'll bring forward his recommendation to be hired as shown in the attachment of your information packet.
We'll now vote on item C. Voting is now open. If there are no discussions, any discussions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Trustee Flowers.
Thank you. Excited about the opportunity for Mr. Hines. Chancellor, question for you is, Marshall, God bless him, I think he was wearing two hats, have been wearing two hats for quite some time. I think Chief Facilities and Chief Finance Officer. So who's going to be taking over for Facilities?
With the board's approval on this action item, we will begin looking for a permanent fill for the Chief Facilities Officer.
Yes, I'm sure of that, Chancellor, without question. You're going to do that. In the interim.
We have an interim
It's not question.
We have an interim right now named Mike Tress.
So he's going to continue. Okay, I'm
Yes.
just trying to get clarity. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. We will now vote on item C.
right now, so it's yes for me. There it is. I got it.
I'm waiting on one vote. Dr. Van Bestalworth? Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7 in favor and 1 abstaining.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
I don't know if Mr. Jones is still in the audience that heard that we did approve it, that we are going to have the vote. I see him back there. Mr. Jones, can you hear us? Can you wave? I just want to say thank you that we heard you and we heard the community, and I don't know if you, we went so fast in the process that, Madam Chair, do you want to let them know that we did do the vote and they get ready for their.
Okay, we just. I don't know for the time.
We're consistent with our process.
Okay.
We can tell them thank you and we'll review this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we just want to say thank you.
One of the things I forgot to say, I want all of y'all to lift up Ronnie Jones and whatever she's going through with in prayer. Do that for me at least 2 days this week. Thank you, and also all of you all.
Anything else, Trustee Laredo? Anything else you want to say?
Thank you. We'll see you in
Thank you, Mr. Jones. And we've heard the voice of the community, and we appreciate it. Okay? The meeting is now adjourned at
4:02 p.m.
Okay. Okay. I need a break. I need the little girl's room.
What agenda? We have a board thing.
meeting for February 22nd, 2022 will now come to order at
4:13 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purpose as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. A citizen desiring to, to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizens form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. No citizens are signed up to speak before the Committee of the Whole. Topics for discussion and or action. There are motion to approve item A, Coleman Program Expansion. No, this is wrong. This is wrong.
I'm sorry. Yes, no,
That's
that's
okay.
yes.
That's okay, we can fix this.
Right.
We can fix it. Okay. This is to accept the investment report, financial statement, and budget review for the month of December 2021. We got it.
Yes,
Okay, I will turn it over to Chancellor Maldonado.
How do I miss that?
Do we need a motion for this
Yes.
on the monthly report?
Okay.
So moved.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this is our monthly investment financial statement and budget review report for the month of December 2021. With your permission, I'll turn the floor over to our Senior Vice Chancellor for Financial Fiscal Affairs, and I don't even know the title, I forgot the title of Business Officer, Marshall Hines.
Thank you, Chancellor, Madam Chair, Trustees. First of all, thank you for your vote of confidence. I appreciate it. I look forward to serving and helping HCC grow and support. Been a Houston native, been around HCC a long time, so thank you. So, good report today. We are 1/3 into the new fiscal year. It's hard to believe that that's already happened. COVID's still here, unfortunately, but we're going down on our trend from the surge. Just a reminder, we have a nice big budget workshop planned for you guys on February 16th. I believe it's being mailed out this week, today or tomorrow, perhaps. So, more good news. Days cash on hand required. If you look at where we are today, we have 180-day requirement. That equals about $149 million. We have an extra $80 million. So we burn about $830,000 a day is what that works out to. So we've got almost 90 extra days of coverage in our fund balance. So a very strong position as we go into this fiscal year. I'm proud that HCC's been able to put that aside during this time of COVID. Fiscal 22, we're going to end with a financial great year like we did, focusing still on enrollment and operations and different initiatives, but financially, we're going to be going to have a great year. Some new graphs I put into the appendix as you look through that. Occasionally it may help you read it a little easier. Ad valorem taxes, this is the tax season. Most people pay their taxes in December, and that way they get the deduction. And so that comes forward to us from the Harris County Appraisal District. We've got our first payment in, was about $45 million. So that's where we are on that so far. But you see the bulk of it come in. Most people pay before January 31st. And just a reminder, as we think about that, our tax base growing, I know there was a question, I believe, from Trustee Glazer last meeting about the size of the tax base. It's not just, homes, it's also all the development. Out my office window, I'm seeing, an army of tower cranes again with, condos and office buildings going up. So it's just not homes, it's also the investments. Then you've got our investment reports with the interest rates clicking up slightly. We're going to see a little more money into our investment account. So we're happy to see some upward trend there. Oil and the Houston economy also, we're touching $90 a barrel today. So that's, places we haven't been in many years. So great for our economy. Should be a great market for Houston Community College. So again, just a reminder, all investment board policies follow liquidity, high security. Local income remains good. State appropriations, $27.4 million. That's 43% collected already, even though we're in the 1/3 of the year, or 33 1/3%. So we're ahead of schedule there a little bit. And remember, we had a reduction of $4.9 million due to the decreased enrollment and contact points for this year and for next fiscal year 23. And that's why it's important for us to accrue enrollment and those contact points so that we don't get another reduction in 24. And the good news for this year is that we were able to recover this with federal dollars under HERF 3, so we won't have that shortfall in the state appropriations. Tuition fees collected, $72.1 million versus 73, so we're almost at budget. Then we look at the normalization of that. We're a little bit lower down in the spring semester. HERF talked about the $4.9 million. That's what we've recovered for our losses so far. That's about almost half of our $11 million budget. We will far exceed the $11 million budget that we have in our revenue category for fiscal year 22. Total revenues and fund balance in December were $163.5 million. As I mentioned, that's a great place to be. We still have not spent any of the $10 million. We're not looking for that to move forward until we see where we are further in the year. Instructional materials and insurance expenses are really the only two categories of our operating expenses that are over the 33 1/3% that we should be at this year, and both of those are due to timing. I would like to give a compliment to Bob McCracken and his team at Risk Management. Our annual insurance premiums are over $6 million. They only increased $20,000 this year, year over year. So then a market that is seeing inflation rates that we're seeing at 7% or more, maybe 5% this year, that's an incredible accomplishment. So hats off to that group. As I mentioned before, we're going to file for HERF 3 and spend as much of the money as we can, and then what we can't commit, we will give to Joe Ellen over in financial aid to go to the students. And we probably will have a little bit of money left that we can't recover additional funding. We are moving forward with a claim, I mentioned this before, to pay off defaulted student debt, and we will do that up through and including December 31st. So if a student is behind, we will now turn that in if they're in default, we will recover that so they'll be eligible to enroll again at HCC. We expect that amount to be somewhere in the $4 to $5 million amount to come into HCC this year. And that was not a budgeted item. That's another item we took to our consultant and got the green light to move forward on that. Continue to agree, as you just saw in the presentation, that we need to spend an adequate amount of money for marketing. We've seen some reductions there. The other reductions, such as travel and food and things like that, those don't harm HCC, but you get into reducing the budget where we're not competitive with some of our neighbors, it does hurt us. So we have to have adequate money for funding to do that. A couple other things, utilities, we're about 20% below where we were year over year. We had the same thing last year, so we think this is a trend. Partially due probably to COVID, you're not having as many people going in and out, we don't have as many classes online, but that's a significant number. It's almost $2 million that will also help us this year in the budget. And it was talked about, a question about online, just a thought. I know the Chancellor is working on his strategy for online, but we've already talked with our HERF consultants, and we can use a good portion of our HERF institutional funding to kind of kickstart this, because we still have not brought all the students back online, back on campus. We can spend some of that money to go online. So training faculty, building some studios, making a program that is much more robust than it is today. And I'm talking, $3 or $4 million perhaps could be spent doing that, and it's not a reoccurring cost. It's a one-time cost. It comes from the HERF funding, and I'm excited to be able to bring some standardization and growth to that area, and to work with Margaret and Norma and the Chancellor and lots of other folks on that. We've had a couple of meetings about that so far. Looking at expenses, we're 31.5%, so we're below budget as of this end of December. Salaries are a little bit below as well. And I will say that, and you'll see this in the report and the budget workshop, that's probably one of our number one focuses this year and was last year as well. But, we have to, when we coined the term, it's not new, but we need to right-size HCC. We have a 1.4 million square foot physical plant that was opened not that long ago, and they are not supposed to be filled on the first year you open them. They're supposed to grow over time. Well, we opened them up, had 1 or 2 years of growth on most of them, and now COVID hit. So we're carrying the burden of the cost of the physical plant and the operational cost to do that. And so that's something else we're focusing on as well. With enrollment, her funding expiring, Joelle and her team financial aid is doing a marvelous job getting the money out to the students. But a reminder that there's no correlation there between enrollment with us or anyone else for that amount of money. Budget prep, again, enrollment happens to be also a primary focus, and Shantae and her team are working very hard with a lot of other folks, and Ramel and his team, so we get a large increase in enrollment looking for fiscal 23. One thing to kind of think through as we go into the budget sessions is that in the workshops that because we have such a large physical footprint, because our class size is so small, we're trying to get the people in that will come online. We're fairly inefficient, and we're more expensive per teaching per student, per SC hour, SCH hour. So we have to focus on that. We've got a team, a little task force working on that. So we need to right size, as I said, we need to right size salaries, not right size benefits, right size building operations, which is really hard to do, but we're having a lot of luck with some of the leasing. We're still having good activity starting to occur again. The last piece of the warehouse we have, all the leases that we've discussed previously are slowly winding their way to execution, which means that we'll start seeing some revenue in that in fiscal 23, and that helps our budget as well. Online college, again, as I said, I'm so excited about that to bring that forward. And then the advisor program, I'm excited because a big proponent of that moving forward, that helps us get an advisor into the school and spend the time not only with the student but also with the families that may be first generation that have never gone to school. So we're excited about that. So financially, we're in a very strong position. The goal is to remain that way, and we need to judiciously select the projects and initiatives that we work on. An organization can only put so much through the sausage grinder at one time, if you will, and we will work hard to make the enrollment grow. We'll work hard to make HCC the college of choice, and we do have competitors. And was mentioned earlier, too, on online, we have people that are not only in our region, but they're across the state, across the country, and there's a lot of competition in that market. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present.
Questions from the trustees? No questions? Wow.
Man, that's a great present for me. I like that.
We usually have you standing up there forever. Okay. All righty. If there are no questions, we need to, that's what I was about to say, we're now ready to vote. Just wanted him to stand up a little longer.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 8-0. She don't have a mic on.
Okay. I'm sorry, this meeting of the Committee of the Whole will now adjourn to a closed or executive session under the Texas Government Code. We will now move, should any fund action?
Read the whole thing because we've got to get.
Okay. The meeting of the Committee of the Whole will now adjourn to a closed or executive session under the Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074 of the Open Meetings Act as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board or on any matter considered in the closed meeting, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up in open session portion of the meeting or in a subsequent public meeting upon notice thereof. The meeting is adjourned to closed session at
4:29 p.m.
For those trustees joining closed session by video conference, please be reminded to disconnect from the open session portion of the meeting and join closed session with the WebEx link provided for closed session.